Well, we're going to roll in here and we're going to have to mute something. I don't know what's making the noise here. It might be over here. Let's see. 1 second. Well, we're going to roll in here and we're going to have to mute something. I don't know what's making the noise here. It might be over here. Let's see. 1 second. Well, we're going to roll in here. There it goes. Let's see. There it goes. That was it. All right. We are rolling in, and a glorious rolling it is, because we have the one and only, ladies and gentlemen, Jill Colton is with us. Let me bring her forward for you. Hello, dear sister. How are you?
Hello. How are you?
I'm great. Great.
Thanks for having me.
Well, no, thank you so much for coming on. We have the beautiful and young Jill Colton with us for just about 30 minutes or so. So we're going to make the most of the time with her. That's
an inside joke. He's saying he knows it was my birthday yesterday.
Happy birthday. Let's give Jill a big round of 007, some happy birthday for her in the live chat, some cake and whatever else that you would all like to share in there.
Thank you.
Make sure that we're fine over here. And I believe we are. And we are indeed. So, yes, celebrate the birthday. Well, how have you been, Jill?
I've been good. Yeah, it was my birthday yesterday. I've decided that I'm not going to feel depressed on my birthday anymore. Like, I'm going to celebrate it because I am here and I am breathing. And so that's great.
That is great.
It's not like when you're 20 and you have a rocking good time. But you know what? I said, forget it. You know what? I'm going to enjoy my birthday. So yesterday I didn't bitch once that I was old. So
nice.
That was
nice. You're gonna hold that in for a couple of days before you unleash it on the world.
That's right. Plus, nobody wants to hear that anyway. It's like Debbie Downer stuff. So I was like happy celebrating my birthday. I went to the spa and we had a great dinner. And sweet. I even indulged in a cupcake. And yes, that's a party for me. Okay. That shows like a party over here. I didn't have any alcohol, but I had a good time.
That's great. Yeah, I'm the same way. Like, I have a cupcake and that's the party of the year.
That's what I'm saying. It's not like, when you're 19 and you're so drunk and they have to drag you home. It's not like that anymore.
I know.
One cupcake, that's enough. Then I'll go to bed.
Yeah. It is eventually, like, so many times when we're younger, we have those nights where we wake up the next day or in the middle of the night and we're like, please, God, I'll never do this again. And eventually we honor that promise.
It's true. Yeah.
It takes so much of inflicting of pain for us to finally give in. Okay.
Yeah.
I will honor my promise to you, God. I've given up.
Oh yeah. Guilt though. The guilt is just, it's tough, right? Like, I love the occasional cigarette here and there, but as you get older, you're just like, the guilt that I feel if I ever do indulge in that, it's just like, oh, wrinkles. Oh, I'm getting old. Oh, like,
oh, yeah.
It's like vanity or a cigarette. So,
Oh, exactly. Well, when you make so much effort to stay healthy, to stay young, relative to our actual years on earth, and then you have like these, you have the urge for the things that damage that, and it can really haunt you.
Oh yeah, like the cigarette and the coffee. Who doesn't love that? But as you get older, it's not as fun anymore. It's just not. So then you have to take time like your birthday and then enjoy those sorts of things on that day. Maybe you can indulge a little bit more, but I'm telling you, the guilt that I feel, it's wild. Like, I'm just like, no, I'm like prematurely aging myself. And like, I got to get my 8 hours of sleep. So I'm living such a boring life. This is what happens. You become boring. Because your health is like, I got to take care of my health. And so everything else is sacrificed. And, you become boring.
Yeah. Oh, my. Well, yes, we become our parents. We become boring.
Actually, what am I talking about? My parents live a pretty exciting life. So
do they?
I'm way more boring. I'm like my grandparents. So there. Mhm.
Well, you gotta keep that body. That's your temple. The body is the temple. I mean, we're living in it, and
Yeah.
we have to try to keep it healthy.
It's true.
Or
Like, I'm joking, but I'm really like a health conscious kind of person. So, as you age and you're getting old in the face, you're like, well, I could still look good in my body, right? So you have to sacrifice one for the other, and then
yeah,
you got to work out. So,
yeah, yeah. Well, you're looking great.
the
Everybody
spiral of
says so.
vanity never ends in the woman's mind. Okay, it's not me; it's every woman on the planet.
Oh, of
I'm just being
course.
vocal about it.
You're honest.
Yeah.
You're on. Well, that's what we like. One of the best things about you is your honesty, and that's why we love to have you on. And your wit. We talk about things like all these intruders, these illegal criminal intruders coming into the country and ruining people's lives, as if things couldn't get any worse. We have now, how many millions have come in during Biden? Probably like 10. Who
Yeah.
knows exactly?
I think the last check AP did was 7. So they're lying. I would double it, right?
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
If they're saying 7, then yeah, double it
Mhm. For
would
sure.
be the accurate number. Well, of course, the thing is that when these people come in, and as Donald Trump would say, they're not sending their best. Many are obviously going to be decent people, but even that's a problem because they bring a different instinct for a different culture, and they change our culture, and that is a crime. That's a sin to white erase our culture from the countries that we build, the countries that we create. But then you have incidents like this with this nursing student, Laken Riley, and so many others now are being, the families, friends of these people, totally destroyed. God rest her soul. After these anti-white animals come into the country, and forget about vetting. You can't vet. I mean, even this joke about you hear like Republicans are saying they're not being vetted. How do you vet somebody from Honduras? They don't have a paper trail. Are you joking? I mean, you would have to have a functioning country for something like that. But folks, I sent over the article at New York Post, which is actually quite wretched, by Dunleavy and Steinbuch, writing here about the nursing student, Laken Riley. She was like AP or something and Dean's List, I think. And so she was going to go on to be a marvelous nurse, maybe render aid to people we love, friends of ours, maybe even ourselves at some point, maybe even be there on the moment that we or our loved ones or friends would have needed her to save our lives. But she's not going to make it. Were you able to get through this story, or do you want me to read any of it?
I read the story.
Okay.
And I was really horrified by, they sort of maligned her for fighting back. That was the impression I got when I read it. And I just thought that was really vile. I thought, well, what was she supposed to do? Lie down and take this assault, take this potential rape? I mean, the fact that they emphasize it a bunch of times in the article that, this guy was surprised. It appeared he was surprised by how strong she was and how willing she was to fight back. And then they said, well, more than likely this caught him off guard, and that's why he killed her. And it's just so sad. I mean, my goodness, she's so young. And also, I mean, one of the things, like, I'm a runner, and I can tell you she was abducted when she was running, and he pulled her into the bushes to obviously sexually assault her. What else was he going to do? And I mean, it's becoming really terrifying for women to just be able to go for a run. Like, when you see the amount of attacks that women endure just going for a run, it makes you just go, you know what? I have too much fear now when I'm running. Like, I'm very, very careful about it. Like, I'm always looking around my surroundings because I've read so many of these stories, right? But a lot of girls, they don't know. They just go up just go for a jog, not thinking that their life is going to end in a bush by some illegal immigrant animal. But yeah, like, I wouldn't recommend that girls go for runs. Like, go with your partner or go with a friend. don't go by yourself, because man, like you have to protect yourself. And there's a lot of people out there, especially with all these illegal immigrants. And then also, you know, the people even within the country that are propensity to violence that are, you know, they're already here. It's just not a safe place anymore for women to go out for a run. It's just not.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up, because that's something that's really been over the years difficult to convey to our brothers and sisters who live in more pristine areas and therefore more white areas. I mean, let's be frank, that's what we call it here, pristine when it's white. And it's hard to convey to them what the loss of a sense of safety is like, what that really means. And that's part of the perspective that anti-whiteism kind of gives to our population, that everything's all right. This is so rare, it's almost never going to happen. You can just go do whatever you want. But the reality, of course, is not the case. People are being snatched right off of the street. It's happening everywhere. If white people were doing this to people, you better believe you'd know about it. If white people were disappearing, snatching young non-white women off the street to brutally rape them, discover how strong that she was, and then crush her skull in the process of it, we would all know all of the names of all of the players, but this is not the case when it comes to white people being victimized. We've been dehumanized. And so it's almost like this is okay. This is like expected. And to the point where, as you point out with these authors, these revolting authors, actually giving like apologies and excuses for this Ibarra or whatever his name is, Jose, and that, well, it would have just been a run-of-the-mill rape if she had just consented to it, instead of fighting back, instead of not wanting to be sexually assaulted by this anti-white monster, which had just been a run-in. But she fought back, and then he was surprised by that, like you pointed out, them saying, and ergo had to crush her skull. And so this.
Yeah, he was forced into it, right? He was forced into killing her because she fought back. But isn't this what the leftists want? Don't they want women to be strong and empowered? Women, can take on any man, right? And so here you have this incident of the same thing playing out in real life. And yet this woman who was murdered is almost being condemned for this behavior. It's just so sick and twisted. Like, I mean, of course we live in a clown world. The fact that even one person is murdered by an illegal immigrant should shut the borders immediately. Every single politician should get behind that. And the fact that, these Democrats are standing up and saying, nope, give illegal immigrants the chance to vote, give illegal immigrants a driver's license, give them healthcare. Like, it is so perverse. It is sick. And I'm sick of it. And, until serious action is taken, like all these politicians, as far as I'm concerned, or even the Republicans, really, like, what are they doing? They're not doing anything. And, this is just, it's not okay. Like, you're talking about a beautiful young girl who had all the potential in the world, her entire life in front of her. And now her life has been wiped out in one incident because of someone who shouldn't even be in this country. It is so sick. It bothers me so much. Like, I think about it, I think about even like when I'm out and about, like I'm always kind of have my head on a swivel, not to be like, super, super paranoid, but it's always in my head because I know too much, right? Like, maybe that's a good thing, but kind of like it's a good thing, but not a good thing, because then you have to live your life in this paranoid state, right? Maybe it will protect me, but at the same time, like, I thought we were supposed to be living in a safe country. Like, that's where we should be. And a girl like that shouldn't have to worry about illegal immigrants coming and raping her and killing her. It shouldn't even be something she thinks about, because those borders should be protected by the people that are paid to protect them. And the politicians that are elected into office. I mean, it should be taken care of. It shouldn't be a concern.
Yeah, it shouldn't be a concern. Yeah, you're 100% right. In the country created by white people, and it has to be created every moment by white people. It's not you can a country is a projection of our instinct, of a people's instinct. That's why all white countries are Western countries. That's what we create. It's what comes out of us. And you see the same out of the other races of man. So we need to be creating Western civilization every moment of every day. And the more that our ability is impinged upon to create Western civilization, we have something short of Western civilization. And something short of Western civilization we see in all of these other countries around the world, including the one that this anti-white animal came from and preyed upon. Now, there's some other facts about this guy. He came into the country as a family unit.
Of course.
So he was with, he wasn't even just like one of these solo males. He's one of these ones that the anti-white, leftists would say, oh, these are the needy. These are the ones that really deserve. So he had a wife, he had a son, I think it was, and he's been arrested twice already. This criminal intruder, arrested twice already, and then released every time. And up in New York, sanctuary state, so they don't work with ICE as a consequence. So he wasn't apprehended there, as though they would have done anything to them, as anti-white as that's become.
I think I actually read in the story that there was not enough room to house him in the detention center, so they let him go. And I mean, so this young girl's life has been snuffed out in a moment because, again, government bureaucracy, they cannot fulfill due diligence. I mean, they're just so bad at their jobs at this point. But you have to think at this point that it is not about incompetency. It's not.
No,
it is on purpose. Like,
yes.
It is absolutely on purpose to destroy the country. Yep. I cannot stress that enough, because they could easily stop this problem. Get real. You're talking about what, the strongest military in the world, like, really? And all of the funding that goes to other countries, including Israel, to build walls. You're telling me that America doesn't have the capacity to do so? We're living in a joke. They're doing it on purpose.
Yes.
So, and that's what makes me sicker. Like, when you know that your government hates you, when you know that, it really makes you reevaluate. You just go, whoa. Like, if they're just going to let anybody into the country, murderers, rapists, whoever, they don't care about you. They don't care about protecting the border. They don't give two shits. Sorry.
Nope. No, you're fine.
This issue, it's very upsetting, especially when I have young children and I am immigrating to the U.S. So now it is my problem because I'm here. I've paid to be here. I'm not illegal. We've paid a lot of money to be here. We have followed the laws. And it's sickening that people just cross the border and then they just get handed everything because you have a very, very corrupt political class that is orchestrating this.
Precisely. It couldn't be, they could not make it more obviously anti-white targeting us than they do. I mean, we have the Mayor Gertz, I think, down there, where this anti-white monster committed his horrific crime on this young girl. This guy has, as mayor, he has overseen the largest number of Confederate monuments taken down. And he came out to give a press release about this and didn't say a thing about this girl. Didn't say a thing about her family. Didn't say, all he talked about was upgrading surveillance cameras, as though so we got good footage of your daughter or your sister or your wife or what have you being raped and murdered. But you cannot, when you change, I mean, it reminds me of when I went to, it was long time ago, I went to a theme park in Virginia called King's Dominion. And I hadn't been there for many years. And the previously, many years earlier, was with my family. I was a child. And now there were all like these metal detectors around. And before it was all families. It was pristine. It was tons and tons of white people. And then I showed up and I had my girlfriend at the time with me. And I don't know, white people were maybe half of the people getting into the park. And they had all these metal detectors. I went through 3 rows of this, and I got up to the other side. The guy was with a wand, and I said, enough is enough. No more checking me for metal. What is this all about? And they said, we got to make sure that people don't bring weapons into the park. And I said, wait a second, what kind of people are coming into the park that you have to have this level of security to make sure that they're disarmed? And of course, they didn't say what kind of people that are coming into the park. In other words, not white people. And so then I said to the guy, listen, you can disarm them here, but once they're in the park, they could use their fists, they could find rocks, they could find tools in the park. The kind of people that you're letting in, that you have to run through all of these metal detectors and all the security, are the kind of people that are going to just assault and attack people in the park. So I demanded my money back, and I left. They let me leave. I refused to go to like they wanted me to go to an office out of everybody's sight, and I refused. But the guy, a black manager, told me that no, nothing's going to happen, and you're just acting up for no reason. 1 week later, there was a stabbing with a screwdriver inside the park.
Wow.
So when it's the kind of people, it's what the people produce. It's the instinct. Mm-hmm. It's what they create. You want to know what they create. Look at the country they came from. If you want that to be in your neighborhood so that your wife and sister or girlfriend, daughter can't go for a jog, then keep endorsing the system.
But there are so many people that believe that once their foot hits the ground in America or Canada or Europe, that we have magic dirt, and that suddenly this person is going to change. Their DNA is going to change. They're going to assimilate into our culture, and they're going to be just like us. And I'm like, only we can be us. Just like if you moved me to Japan tomorrow, I can't be a Japanese person. I mean, it's just so insane, the level of brainwashing. And it's scary that people can believe this nonsense, and our entire lives are being changed and overturned because people are afraid to be called racist. And, you know, anybody who pushes back is a white supremacist. It's just insane. And to me, I just go, okay, well, you know, call me all the names you want, but like, am I wrong? Because everything I've said so far is happening. You're witnessing it. I mean, but of course, nobody wants to say, yeah, we're right, Jason? Nobody wants to say that to us, because then they have to reevaluate their worldview. They don't want to do that. They want to live with their head in the sand and just pretend everything's okay around them.
Yeah, so many of them did want to continue. And that's one of the things we've been talking about recently is how do we talk in a way with our, what we refer to as the implicit white sympathetic. So all of white conservative America or Canada, these white people who hold all of these norms and values that we hold, but because they're so afraid of what they've been taught is the morality of our day, which is this anti-white, immoral, moral imperative, they won't mention our victimization. They will turn it into an abstraction. It always becomes, they can have outright policies like Krishna at IBM that says no hiring white people. You get bonused if you don't hire them, and you'll be docked pay if you do. And white people hearing this in the conservative movement will say it should be on merit. But if it were any other race, they would happily point out that it's wrong to discriminate against, just like they do when it comes to Jews, blacks, Arabs, Hispanics, whatever it is. They can suddenly mention the race that's being victimized. But when it's white people, they refuse to do it. And then they're surprised that after we disavow everything that is ours, everything that we've created, everything that we inherit, they're surprised when anti-whites then say, you have no culture. Well, of course they don't. They've disavowed everything that we've done.
Right.
Because they've felt that that was the moral thing to do. You know, that's going to make non-white people, that's that anti-white, immoral, moral imperative, that's social morality that has undermined us and brought in more characters like this one here. Louisiana police arrest illegal immigrant on armed robbery And a juvenile, you mean child rape?
Right.
So look at this astronaut right here.
The CEO.
Yeah. You see, this is definitely the CEO of some new
Startup
high
company for
tech.
sure. I recognize him.
I mean, actually, this guy looks a little bit like the Krishna that's running IBM now. So this guy like stabbed people and raped a child, first-degree rape in Louisiana. Oriana, I don't know how to pronounce the name, but looks like maybe Oriana. Armed robbery, stabbing a victim in the local hospital. Or okay, he's in the hospital in stable condition. He's used the alternative identity Elvin Lockett. Where did he get this? Like from a romance novel? I mean,
there's that sub 90 IQ happening for us, right?
Yeah. So this is happening all across the country, and it would be written in the sky if it were white people who were doing this to non-white people. But these criminal intruders harming almost assuredly, if he's going to pick a rape victim, we look at the numbers, the FBI numbers of rape victims, and it's like white women are through the roof. So if you're betting on the race of the child that he raped, you'd have a strong bet if you bet that it was a white child.
Yeah, for sure.
But what do you think is going to end up? What do you think is going to end up happening as we have these? The flood continues. The flood of these criminal intruders continues to come in, and this election now is gearing up more and more, and spinning up more and more. Do you think that the Democrats will put the brakes on somewhat? I mean, there are so many voters, like certainly blacks and a number of major cities, and a couple of the states that Trump lost that he needs to win, that are very upset because they're not getting all of their gibs from the government, since so much of it is going to the criminal intruders now, and the government bending over backwards. I don't know if I read this right or not, and people could check it out for themselves, but it looked like the Democrat Party was going to pay college students to sign to enroll these people to vote, and the military reaching out to them saying you can have instant citizenship and vote if you enroll in the military.
Right. Well, we all know their game plan. I mean, replacement immigration is their way to win elections. That's what they do. However, I mean, listen, I heard it on CNN, but you know, they were talking about how the election could have been stolen back in 2020, and I think that that's more than likely going to be the case in 2024. I think that we're going to see more of that. And my personal theory is that in the inner cities, that's where it all happens. I think that they give you this ruse of black voters. I don't believe it. I just don't believe it, because every time I watch the news, you know, once in a while, I see these polling stations. I always see it's white people lining up to vote. It's never anybody else. I mean, you get a few here and there, but for the most part, you know, so I believe personally, this is my theory, that they're taking the cities, like, by cheating. Nobody's actually voting in these cities. And so I don't think the Democrats will do anything about the illegal immigration. I think they're all for it. I think that they're happily promoting it because this is how they win elections. So why would they change? If anything, they always go too far. So you can expect them to go too far again. They're just going to push it to the limit, like they already are. And, you know, what is the outrage going to be on the other side? Because they're partly in on it too. So it's going to be, you can't vote your way out of these problems. Like, this is not for voting, right? I don't know what the step is. I think that, you know, you're just going to see more and more tribal stuff happening because it's inevitable, which means that the white identity stuff will become inevitable. Like, not to sound really, you know, cliche, but like, I really never thought of like as being white Like, this was not really a thing that I ever thought of growing up in a white country. It was never like, oh, I'm white and I walk around and I'm white. I never thought about that. I only started to really recognize that it was people were envious or full of hatred or whatever towards me because of my skin color when I started to work in news media in the city of Toronto, because it's so multiculti there. And I really got that feeling. And so because I got that feeling, I started to be like, oh yeah, like I am white and like, you know, I am different than you for whatever reason, like culturally and all this sort of stuff. And I think that this will happen more and more to average people. They will recognize it within themselves. They'll be like, see, because everybody else is allowed to group off and everybody is allowed to push for their own ethnic identity. You have all of these groups. You have Jewish lobby groups. You have the NAACP for, you know, Black lobby groups. You have even the Asian American lobby groups. The only one who can't do it is white people. So what's that going to do? It's going to create inevitably white identity. What they're trying to stop, they're going to create it because they've gone too far. They really have. They've gone too far, and more illegals are pouring in, you know, and all the laws that they're changing, you know, and all the hatred of whites in the media and in Hollywood. I mean, it's inevitable. If you're white, you're just going to be like, well, you know, where are my white brothers and sisters? Watching with them, you know? So yeah, that I think is a good thing because it's going to happen. It's already happening, right? It's just going to become more and more intense. And of course, they want to squash that, right? So anybody who talks about white identity, what do you think they're going to do on a political front? They're going to call you a terrorist. That's what they're going to do. So they'll be able to harm you in that way. Look at what they did to the J6 protesters. I mean, they're rotting in prison cells, right?
Yeah, precisely. Yeah.
So
precisely. Some of them didn't even
speak the truth. Like, that's really all that you can do. You just have to speak the truth.
Right.
Just be a bullhorn for the truth everywhere you go. I am. People hate me, but I don't care. I'm so used to it now. I just say what I say. People sometimes look at me with their mouth open. They're like, did she really just say that? I'm like, yeah, I did.
That's fantastic.
I'm proud of it. I'm not afraid to, you know what I mean? Like, embrace it, because if you can't get behind it, if you're hiding away and cowering from the obvious truth, then how are you going to get other people to believe you or come on board with it, right? You have to stand firm. Like, I'm not embarrassed to talk about it because why would I be? Like, it's so silly. Like, of course I'm going to endorse white people. I'm white. My children are white. My husband is white. My parents are white. My family is white. So of course that's who I care about. Yeah. This is normal stuff. Like, for anybody else, this is just normal talk, but it's only white people that are maligned and seen as vicious and hatred and, you know, full of evil and all of this. It's so ridiculous. Like, you just gotta laugh it off. Like, you really do. It's so stupid.
Well, we love that about you, that you are forceful enough to be able to just push through the propaganda and shake off the slanders that come with opposing this anti-white narrative. That we know, you know, when we say something publicly, what all of the audience is going to think of us. The only way we know that is because that's what's been pushed on us. That's that anti-white narrative. It's in the most powerful place it's in is in the media, the entertainment.
Yes.
We learn what the people are going to behave like and think like, and they've learned the exact same thing. So it does take a really strong and forceful personality to really just kind of shake off the views of others. That's why I like to shame other people. That's why, you know, using these concepts that we use here and taking a moral high ground in a conversation with them, it's so good to watch people cower when they realize that they have to defend victimizing innocent white people, when they realize that we have a right to our inheritance and what we create, and that they are coming up with pretexts to try to steal that from us and to harm us. I love it. I love it. Their entire demeanor. I guess it's that haughty, holier than thou opinion that they feel about themselves. That's what I love burning down in them. I love seeing that come crashing to the ground.
I get it. I totally
In fact,
understand.
I was at the post office the other day. There were two just these raddly dressed white women, and they were talking about, one was talking about how a black man had been fired from her church, and then some white guy had been hired to replace him, a white guy, and she said that, talking to her friend, that it was racist. It was just racist. I didn't hear them actually talk about the reasoning for why the black man was fired and some white guy got hired. Who knows? But when I walked back out, I stopped right in the middle of those two ladies, and I told them that the concept racist was anti-white, and I grinned. And the woman who had said this, she said, "Well, wait, does that mean I'm anti-white?" And I said, "Yep."
Mhm.
And I sort of just walked off, and she started stuttering, trying to understand how to respond to that. It was fantastic.
Perfect response, though, really, because once you throw it back in their face, because that's their whole thing, right? They want a virtue signal. So when you accuse them of being anti-white, which is what they are, they get like flubber, like they don't know what to say. Like, it's fantastic. I use that tactic on Twitter a lot. Like when I see somebody tacitly say something negative of a white person, I'll just say, just admit you hate white people, coward. Just say it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because that's exactly what you're implying when you write
Yes.
something so rude. Like,
Yes.
you know, just admit it. And then people
Oh,
will be like, just admit you're a racist. And I'm like, okay, I am. But this is what I'm saying. Like, so all of this sort of stuff, you need to have trailblazing individuals like yourself who've been writing about, no white guilt for a really long time, right? You're a professional in this department. And so people like you, unfortunately, have to bear the brunt of all the negativity and the outcast of society and the censorship. But slowly but surely, once it becomes politically correct for people to say, oh, well, that's anti-white, or I don't think that's okay against white people because people like yourself have paved the way, then it will become like a drumbeat. You'll start to hear it. It will be like, a huge volcano erupting because you'll see it everywhere. But it takes people to not be cowards, right? And you're not a coward. And all the people before you are not cowards. Unfortunately, people like yourself have to endure quite a bit, but it's changing. It is changing, and I am seeing it. So that is a positive. I mean, it's not changing at the speed I'd like it to, but more and more people are coming to our side because we are correct. I mean, there's just no way about it. We are totally 100% correct in our belief and what we know and what we see. I mean, people just need to open their eyes. I mean, like if you went to a school in the 90s and it was 90% white, and now you looked at that school again and it's 20% white, how can you deny that this is not ethnic replacement? Maybe they're not going to use that language, but that's what it is. Yeah. So, I mean, to me, people, that's what I think is the most astounding, is how many people see something right in front of them and they still cannot admit the truth. Like, to me, that is amazing. Like, I just go, wow, the brainwashing, it goes really deep. Like the media,
it does.
Bravo, man, because you guys have done a phenomenal job. Like, really, it's scary. Yeah. It's scary when you recognize the amount of power that the media has. That's the scary part.
Yes, and just the simple fact that the psychological warfare is so straightforward, in the same way it is that any animals are trained on Earth. It's so straightforward, and the resistance is and has been so utterly blind to it, because they're like fish in the deep sea. They have no idea there's nothing else but the water. They have no idea that there's nothing else but the anti-whiteism. That's what they understand. And then so many of them, when they want to resist, they identify as the antagonist in the anti-white narrative, which is exactly what they want you to do. Because then they've already programmed everybody what to think about somebody who says and looks like that, and everybody automatically discounts everything you have to say thereafter. But it really is, like you say, it's scary, the power over the human being, and how easy it is to manipulate us, and how difficult it is when you have a message and you have an objective to put an end to this victimization, to get people to either stop being gullible or stop playing the villain or stop all of these things that aren't productive. You know, we say here, and it's so true when it comes to this young lady. If we want, and probably both, I guess these young ladies, the child and the young lady, if we want to prevent that from happening, we have to love them, because you fight to protect what you love. You complain about what you hate. So it's a total mind shift that we have to have as a resistance to anti-whiteism. And but we're doing it. We're making it happen. And we got stellar people like you to show up and share in the fight with us. What are your final thoughts, and you want to share, folks, where they can find you?
Just before I do that, I just want to tell you some inspiring story. So my cousin came to visit me here in Florida. She came from Canada, and she lives like in the middle of nowhere in the Arctic Circle in Canada, and in a town called Sudbury, Ontario. And it is being completely infiltrated by non-whites. They have geared it for destruction, the political class. It is on their list to overhaul this city, change it from 100% white. I mean, maybe you had about 2% native population there, to a completely non-white city. And so she is very liberal, but I can get along with her, right? Like, I can get along with you. I don't care. Like, you're liberal. Okay, that's cool. You're my cousin. I love you. Family first. So she comes here, and she's the one who tells me, Sudbury is not white anymore. It's like all of the landlords are Indian. She works at a college. She says they're all black. They're hiring only blacks. They do not hire whites anymore. And she goes, I don't like this. And she goes, this is the stuff you've been telling me, Jill, for 10 years. And I was like, I told you.
I told you.
Yeah, like I had to give her an I told you so. I had to. Okay? I've earned it. And
yes, you did.
I looked at her straight in the face and I said, what do you think the percentage of white people in the world is? And she looked at me and she's like, 25%. I go, and this is the problem.
Yeah.
They think that whites are like 25% of the population. I'm like, no, try like less than 10%.
Oh, yeah.
And she was like, really? And I was like, yeah, we're the minority. I was like, don't you think it's interesting that in a city where you grew up, where your whole family is from, that you can't even get a job? Your children cannot get jobs anymore at a Home Depot or a Tim Hortons because Indian managers are only hiring their own. And I go, they're not minorities. They're like over 1 billion of them in India. I mean, I think their population has actually surpassed the Chinese at this point. I'm going, we're the minorities, not them. And yet they're getting our jobs. They're taking over our towns. And I don't blame the people. I blame the government, obviously, because these people are they're taking advantage of an opportunity that is being afforded to them. Why wouldn't they come here? They're being given a red carpet. So I know that I can't blame them. But I said that to her, and it was like a light went off in her brain. And I was like, this is the stuff I'm talking about. And now because she has 2 sons and they're in their 20s and they're being affected by this. They can't get jobs. And, they're having a hard time going to university and getting enrollment because they're getting overstepped by all of the international students, right?
Right.
So this is wreaking havoc on her life. And she said that she talked about it with her brother, who is also my cousin. And he was like, well, so you're a racist now? And she's like, no. She's like, I'm witnessing this stuff firsthand. This isn't racism. This is a reality. You need to wake up. And she's like, she actually got a black guy at her college fired. And it was
wow.
an unbelievable feat. She said, this has like never been done before. And she goes, because like he comes in, he's not doing the work. He's showing up late. He's cheating on the test. Like, it's just, the whole thing is a total shit show.
Right.
And, you know, she ended up getting him fired, her and another colleague. And I think he was saying inappropriate things. And he had said, like, he hates white people. Wow. And like, you know, and so she's like, you know, just the realization that she'd had, I thought, okay, if this is happening with her, and trust me, she is on like the far side of the liberal scale, okay? Like the fact that it's happening with her and she's recognizing it tells me that this is good for us. This is good because other people just like her are seeing it.
Yeah.
She's literally saying to me, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? This is what she's asking me. I was like, whoa, my mind was just blown. Like, she's not progressive, but like, think of like an ultra liberal person saying, what are we going to do about this immigration thing? You know? So anyways, I think that's
great news.
You know, if you stumble upon somebody who is like anti-white, you can just say, well, what do you think the population in the world of white people is? Like, we're actually the minority here, and you are supposed to fight for the rights of minorities, and yet you're not fighting for us. Like,
you're not fighting for us.
How does that make sense, right?
Yeah.
The cognitive dissonance in a liberal mind is mind-blowing. Anyways.
It is.
Yeah.
It really, really is.
Yeah.
Well, it's you know, it's coming to an end. Maybe what you're talking about is this selfish individualism of white people, which when we are, I think it's a genetic proclivity of ours. When we're alone, it works wonderfully because we all endeavor to sort of build our own little kingdom, and all of that then. All of those little kingdoms together end up making for Western civilization. When we are not alone, it's deleterious for us because it enables so many of us to say, I'm going to secure my own well-being by breaking out my resume, breaking out my CV. I'll go to work for these anti-whites. I'll villainy signal all of their ideas and say I'm even more anti-white than other anti-whites. Give me that 6-7-figure salary. But what's clearly happening with your cousin is that there ain't no amount of villainy signaling of anti-whiteism anymore that's going to do her any good. They are targeting white people, which they've always been, but it's now so blatant that increasingly white people are not going to be able to white flight their way out of it, anti-white their way out of it. They're just going to say, you're white, you don't get the job. You're white, you lose the job. You're white, you have to move out of this town. You're white. I mean, we have in the district up in, we did a show on a month or so ago up in New York where they were celebrating that there are fewer and fewer whites in this district, and all these anti-white blacks, they thought it was the greatest thing ever that they're running all the white people out of town up there in New York. So yeah, it's harder and harder to escape as a white person and find some sort of a safe place get ensconced in this anti-white machinery. Yeah. So I agree. They're looking for answers. Here we are. We'll help them out. We'll definitely help them out.
Totally. I should tell her to tune into your show.
Tell her. I'll send her a free copy of the book. She can be empowered, and her sons can be empowered with the concepts that will put them in the moral high ground in every debate with these anti-whites. That's what we're going to need. See, ultimately, that's the thing, Jill, is that white people need a moral matrix to work together for our well-being. When we don't have a moral matrix, look at what's happened over all of these generations, and we stand down. We stand down. We think, oh, well, it's going to be wrong. Somebody else might get injured in this process. And you can look to Rhodesia, you can look to South Africa, where white people, as bad as it is, are still surrendering.
Yeah.
Because they don't have that moral matrix. The thing that white people do without a moral matrix to their argument is just try to run away and try to build something somewhere else. And that's what you see in Orania in South Africa, but there's nowhere else for us to run.
Well, that makes sense because white people just want to be left alone. That's the truth.
Yes.
We just want to be left alone, man. Don't bother us. You know,
Yes.
I'm all for seceding the union. I'm not even American. And I'm saying, okay, we will take Florida. We'll take a couple of states and you guys go. You take the other ones. Okay. And we'll see who has the better country in a year. Okay. Right.
Yeah.
In
Oh
6
my
months,
God.
we'll see.
It would be over for them.
This is such a fantasy I have. I think about this a lot. I'm like, the things that we would do.
Your husband is so lucky. How many guys out there would want to have a wife that just said, this is my fantasy about how we secede. We have our own country where we can resist these bastard anti-whites.
You know, sometimes my husband will be like, what are you thinking about right now? And I'm like, secession. No, I'm like, that's a joke. That's not true at all.
Oh my gosh, that is fantastic. We need you to give classes. We need you to give classes to the ladies.
Oh, you're making me cry. I'm laughing so hard.
The typical mind of like the contemporary white woman, our well-being, furthest thing from it. Anything else going on in their head, but not Jill.
No,
not Jill. Yeah. She's like resistance to the beast.
Yeah. I'm always thinking, how can we do this? Should I advocate for this? I already started in Canada. I was like, hey, Albertans, I'm certainly not the first to do this, but like Alberta, lots of conservatives there. Just secede, man. Just, you guys have all of the resources. Just do it. I'm all for this breaking up the country nonsense. I'm in. Of course, I'm not gonna fight. I'm just gonna you guys do it. But I'm happy to be a part of it.
Yeah, I can totally see Jill's husband walking in with like, oh, Jill, I got an Amazon box here. It appears that you ordered a Trident. What is this? Why would you need a Trident? No reason.
Know about that actually. Now I'm thinking about it. No, they don't want to give people ideas. That's why they're not doing that, because it's such a great idea for a show.
Yeah,
that's what we should do. Predictive programming, like No White Guilt writes like a template for a show, submits it, right? Yeah,
I like that.
This is how you need to think. Okay, you have to subvert just like they do.
Amen to that. Hearty amen from me. Any final thoughts? We've taken you beyond your free time.
No, I'm just, you know what? I haven't been on Twitter because I've been not celebrating Lent. Nobody celebrates that, but it is the holy season and I've been fasting here and like as much as I can. And then like my one thing this year for Lent that I was going to give up was Twitter. And I made sure to say like, I'm only going to use it sparingly because I thought there's no way I can 100% cut me off. Like I can't do that.
Right.
But I think I've been doing a pretty good job. So if anybody's wondering, I'm here, but I'm like relaxing my mind. I'm not thinking about all the things that are making me angry on Twitter. I'm just chilling. So that's a good thing.
Well, that's great news. And on Twitter, you are, what is it? Jill Colton Free?
Yeah, that's me.
Jill Colton Free. And then on YouTube, it's just
Jill Colton. I mean, I still have like all my videos. I really I do want to start another channel, but I don't think I'd go the political route. I really don't. I think I would try something else.
Okay.
But that's for another day. We'll talk about that later when I come
We'll
on.
Definitely talk about that.
We'll brainstorm and you can give me some ideas.
All right. It'll be Combat with Jill Colton.
A Hunger Games version on my channel. Yes.
All right. Well, it's been magnificent chatting with you again, and I hope you come back very soon. We love having you here.
Thank you so much.
All right. Bye-bye, Jill.
Bye-bye.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Oh my gosh, that's fantastic. Jill, Everybody loves Jill here. It's like, what are you thinking about? Secession? How we could just take this state and several other states? Yeah. Yeah, I swear. I didn't get a chance to mention, we're talking about these anti-white criminal intruders coming into the country, and everywhere is a border state now, and the child rape taking place in the robbery and the stabbing taking place in Louisiana, and I think it was the sheriff or police chief or somebody there was saying, we don't have the resources for this. We can't, and that is the story for every medium small town in America, in Canada. The resources are not available to them to be able to deal with this massive influx of world-altering population. And as we've noted so many times, and is always relevant to note again, that even if these people were 100% law-abiding and we didn't have any of these anti-white monsters among them, they would still irrevocably change our country. They would, just with their instinct, just with what they project onto the world, making it into a place that is not ours anymore. And that is enough for us to say, no, not a step further, go home, this is ours. And we have to realize that, as Jill astutely pointed out, that it's not these individuals coming in, it's not the people coming in, they're taking advantage of this anti-white war that's being waged against Western civilization, against Western kind, so that there won't be a Western civilization. That's what's happening. Those are the individuals we have to contend with. But even before contending with them, we have to contend with those who feign to represent us in the conflict with our victimizer. And here we're talking about Big Con Inc. Here we're talking about, on one side, and here we're talking about the people playing the antagonist, the villain in the anti-white narrative on the other. Neither of these groups genuinely represents the totality of the one, but the leadership of all represent our resistance to our victimization. Neither one. And it's a matter of us continuing to do what we do, continuing to succeed, that is changing this landscape, and that will continue. So you talk here about Jill's cousin. Isn't this exciting? It immediately reminded me of Western Kind Art's sister, who she said was a liberal, and happy to villainy signal the anti-whiteism to secure status, to secure job, profession, to secure health care, secure a space in this anti-white world. And now, as anti-whiteism doesn't need as many white anti-whites anymore, because it is being peopled and populated by increasing number of non-white people, and in particular, dark-skinned races, they're pushing white people out, and even pushing out some Jews, even though they're non-white as well. But that similarity with the white race in appearance, especially with the Ashkenazi Jews, and the behavior, the current behavior of Israeli Jews, and their colonialism in the Middle East, all is very similar to the anti-white narrative's depiction and definition of Western kind. And so increasingly, these people, her cousin, Jill's cousin, her sons are feeling the pressure. She's feeling the pressure at work. And I can understand the cousin is feeling the pressure at work. But my guess would be that if she didn't have sons, white sons, that she would just endure the pressure, the anti-white pressure on her at work quietly and just work through to get her pension or whatever it's going to be. But because it's affecting her two 20-year-old sons in their early 20s, and that looking forward, she can see their life is going to be shit because of this anti-whiteism. White males, they're not going to be able to get a job. They're going to be hated everywhere they go. There's not going to be any safe place for them. Look at this world. What are we going to do, Cousin Jill? That's when we need to be there for them. Because we all know, what does the toolbox hold after 3 decades in service to white well-being? I can tell you for sure all the different tools that are in that toolbox. And they're all garbage, with the exception of Go Free. That's just a reality. And I base it on the failure success metric. How long have this tool, this strategy, this ideology been in place? How long has it been there? And was it around when there was a healthier white population? Yes. Did it work? No. Has it worked since then? No. It's garbage. We can do that for so many tools in the toolbox. Could you imagine, though, if we had more ladies, women of the West, like Jill Colton? I mean, she's not going to take any shit. And the reality is that men and women come together like puzzle pieces, emotionally, physically, spiritually. And a man can be torn down by the woman in his life, or even potentially the lack thereof. And he can be all that he is capable of being if she is a strong, intelligent, passionate, loving caregiver that has this sort of light and passion inside of her that you see in Jill. But we're going to need those pairs to step forward and make a big difference in the world before it's too late. And we're getting there in a hurry. I mean, these two cases, this beautiful young woman, and I almost assuredly the child that was raped was white, and this young woman, she's white as I look at her. Her parents look white. I don't know if she identifies otherwise. Obviously wrong to do it for anybody to be raped and murdered. But if it's one of ours, and that's how we should view it, then that's when we step up and we say, our love for her, our love for all of our children, our young adults, like she was, is going to drive us to say no more. That'll be the end of it. You'll find the passion when you're in these instances with friends, family, or strangers. You'll find that sudden righteous passion when you focus on our love. You'll be able to point right in somebody's face and say, you absolutely will not, because you'll be defending. You'll be what you love, what you care for. That's what moves you. Nobody steps up in a scenario, as we've talked about before, because they hate another group of human beings on the basis of their birth, and then risks their life for something that is based in an emotion of hatred for another group or criticism of another group, knowing that your peers are going to condemn you for hatred or criticizing on the basis of birth. But you know damn well and good that none of your peers, only the most fanatical, brain dead, anthrax, rabies eating the brain out of them, anti-whites, are going to condemn you for righteously saying, not another one. You're not victimizing another one. This is it. the line is drawn. We've had enough. Your peers will be able to side with you. You remember how dumb it was when Mark tried to say on that last show that I was on at the end there in the divorce, tried to say that there would be no difference at your place of work if you went out demonizing another group of man on the basis of their birth, and versus saying that you weren't going to allow any more white people to be harmed by these anti-white policies, that there's no difference there. I mean, that's a special kind of dumb. That's a special kind of dumb. Samuski is with us. Cool Papa J Magic. Ale Heindel is here. Great to see you all. Remember, tag me over the course of this roll in, and then I'll see what you have to say, and I will see if I can't speak to it. You may also financially gift over the course of the gathering. You could do so at Entropy. It's up and running. You could do so at Odyssey. It's up and running. Also at DLive, up and running. Cash App, up and running. And Subscribestar, up and running. Otherwise, across all of these platforms, you can tag me as No White Guilt. I'll see what you have to say. And then we're going to do a Twitter space as well for a little while. We'll see how many people show up and how much fun we're having there. And you will be invited there to participate as well. And we're going to get into our final story of this roll-in today, which is that the communists are pushing anti-whiteism. The communist Chinese are pushing anti-whiteism. But of course, why wouldn't they? Everything that disrupts another country, any country on planet Earth, anything that disrupts, and the most disruptive thing is the thing that the other countries on planet Earth are going to push in your country. Across the West and every Western country, the most disruptive thing to the countries is anti-whiteism. And so all of these countries are pushing anti-whiteism in the West because of how disruptive, because of how corrosive. Has America or any of the other Western countries gotten stronger? Of course not. They've gotten weaker relative to their past and to the other countries in the world, which is what matters to the other countries in the world. China, according to a new book by Schweitzer, is pushing fentanyl into the United States. This is the communists, is pushing a addition to a firearm. We'll read about that in a minute. That is illegal, sold on the black market, and makes handguns into fully automatic weapons. And not being talked much about. It's interesting how it's not being talked much about. It's been going on for a few years. And they're pushing social disorder. Now, I don't know if Schweitzer goes so far, probably not, I'm guessing, to call it anti-whiteism, but we all know that's what else could you push? What else could you push? If you are communist China, what's going to be the most effective thing for ruining America is to push anti-whiteism. All of those norms of Western kind, all of those norms of Westmen that made America, that made the totality of the West so powerful, so puissant that no country, not even all of them combined, could stand against the might of the United States alone, much less the totality of the West. So all of those things, they came from a group of people, all those mores, all those values, all those customs, that family structure, ideas of right and wrong, ideas of juvenile detention, incarceration, of adult incarceration, legal and justice system. All of these things that made the West great today are under attack by anti-whiteism. So if you're an outsider and there's an ideology, a phenomenon afoot that is destroying that country, the United States in particular, of course, that is what you would push. everywhere. So we'll be talking about that. First Last is with us. Great to see you. First Last pointing out, absolutely accurate here, that they're absolutely just like South Africa. Great point, First Last. Just like South Africa. That webzine New York Post with Dunleavy and what was the other one? Steinbach, the authors, treated this rape murder as a rape gone wrong. And we see these articles out of Rhodesia, South Africa, where you have ritualistic killings, and they call it a pickpocketing gone wrong, a robbery gone wrong. So this would have been just a run-of-the-mill rape of this white female, this young white girl, would have just been a run-of-the-mill rape. But she had to fight back, her fault, and got herself killed. And now this poor anti-white, non-white is going to suffer more than he would have, because now he's going to be in trouble for murder in addition to just brutally raping her. By the way, folks, in the middle of the day, it was noon, I believe. In the middle of the day, she was jogging across a campus, and this anti-white monster attacked her, dragged her into the bushes to brutally rape her in the middle of the day. Welcome to fucking Honduras. And then she fought back. So if you fight back, you get your skull crushed. We started off with the conversation talking about the loss of that sense of safety. It's hard to put into words. Once it's gone, you know it's gone. White guys out there, how many times have you been thanked as a white male for providing this nursery room that our women can prance around in high heels and go shopping and then go places by themselves? How many times have you been thanked? 0? Yeah, me too. But there's going to be a lot of complaining when they can't leave the fucking house for fear of being gang raped. Let's see if I can get this stream up on. Leave the fucking house. All right, now I gotta. Let's see if I can get this stream up on. All right, now I gotta. That's perfect. We're up live on Telegram as well. We were at first, but it wouldn't mute, for the love of God. Now it has muted, so it's not coming through the speakers here. You should not hear me twice unless you want to, unless I'm just in your head. The great Clips is with us, ladies and gentlemen. Big salutes. He has been doing always doing remarkable work, but epic work lately. Jay Bishop is here. Cool Papa J Magic. Azimuth Clark. White Wolf. Cindy Ben. Alex is here. Jason Red Dog. Funul. Funul is in the house. Funul is in the house. Hello to everybody. Make sure you tag me. Let's continue. Franklin, the Franklinator, General Franklin is here. Great to see you, brother. JK160 is in the house. Great to see you, brother. All right. Anglo-Saxon Dark Star is here. Anglo-Saxon, wonderful to see you both. Linda is here. Great to see you. Let's go ahead and pull up our next item. These things are called sear switch. If you are into firearms, you know what I'm talking about. Why don't we have a quick look at a sear switch in action, and so you can know what we're reading about and understand what's happening, because the communists are the communist Chinese are not dumb. They know that this ideology of anti-whiteism, the anti-whites, are doing everything they can to disarm us, to prevent us from having our right to self-defense. And so the communist Chinese, according to this author Schweitzer, are arming the criminals. And of course, it is totally illegal. You can, as a law-abiding citizen with a very clean record and a lot of background checks, you can get what is called a stamp for a fully automatic weapon. And the government is so far up your ass, making sure that you are as clean as possible, that, you know, they just make it difficult. But if you're a criminal, well, you can get these, no problem. Special made just from China for you. Let's see what this is.
In a matter of minutes, more than 200 rounds of bullets.
Am I shot? Am I shot?
200 rounds of bullets in a matter of minutes. Can you hear that okay?
Down from a Van Ness apartment in Northwest DC.
There's the hole and there's the...
So Northwest DC. Northwest DC.
In the line of fire, people wrapping up their work week along Connecticut Avenue, and students and
So in other words, the nicest part.
staff at the Edmund Burke School.
So how do you prevent that?
In a country where automatic weapons are basically illegal, how did Raymond
Oh
Spencer...
boy, isn't this nice to see that the communists in China are supplying these anti-white non-whites with fully automatic weapons, while the anti-whites here are taking away your right to self-defense. They want you to be able to not even have a musket anymore, like a one round you shoot, then you got 5 minutes worth of reload.
fire more than 200 rounds in minutes.
And this is one pull of the trigger, and you can, empty an entire magazine in, 2 to 3 seconds.
To explain, we sat down with Chris Ammon.
All right, so everybody can hear that okay?
The assistant special agent in charge for the ATF's Washington Field Division.
So it's just a device that's able to convert that firearm from semi-automatic, so one pull of the trigger, to fully automatic.
The device is called an auto sear. On the streets, it's referred to as a switch. Normally, when you fire a gun, it sounds like this. But with an auto sear, the single pull of a trigger sounds like this.
That was it. All the bullets in that magazine just went downrange. The blink of an eye. I'll put a picture on the thumbnail so you could see that for this firearm, you can buy a drum with 50 rounds in it. This is what the communists are arming the criminals with. They're spreading the fentanyl, they're arming the criminals with this, and they're heavy pushing anti-white ideology.
Automatic and more deadly. And what makes it worse is they're simple to get a hold of.
They can be 3D printed. They can be made. We see a lot coming from overseas. People can order them, via the dark web. There's a lot of different ways that people are getting these. But again, they are illegal because they constitute a machine gun.
During the investigation of the Van Ness shooting, DC police say they found auto sears in several of the shooter's rifles.
When I say that so many more people could have been injured or killed by this gunman in the reckless behavior that was displayed here, I mean, that is not an understatement.
The Van Ness gunfire gutted Northwest DC, But the automatic gunfire phenomenon has been all over the district. According to the ATF, in 2021, there were more than 200 shootings involving automatic gunfire. That average.
Did you hear about this? Have you heard about the criminals, the gangs, having like 5,000% increases in the use of fully automatic guns? Why isn't it curious that the anti-whites who want to take away your right to self-defense, they are happy and all day long to talk about an incident where there's a mentally ill white person, for example. They go and they murder people. More than happy to talk about that and take our right to self-defense away with those arguments that they make as a consequence. But for some reason, they're kind of mute on, they're kind of silent on the fully auto thing coming from China. Fascinating, isn't it?
Averages out to almost 4 a week. In 2019, DC police confiscated 14 auto sears, but by last year, that number jumped up to more than 60.
So when in your time in law enforcement, have you ever seen this much usage of automatic gunfire?
No, in fact, it used to be extremely rare.
But as you can see,
used to be extremely rare.
Not so rare anymore.
And guaranteed, since the communists are pushing as much of the anti-whiteism as they are now, when the media, when this gets too big for the media to ignore, they're gonna say that it's anybody but the Chinese. They'll say that it's anybody but the Chinese. They'll say it's college kids with 3D printers. I mean, it's ridiculous, but that's what they'll say.
Because if you have the tools, any gun can be made automatic. Which brings us back to DC Police Chief Robert Conte's question.
How do you prevent that? And those are the things, obviously, that are worrisome for community members, but also the thing that really keeps me up at night.
Matt Gregory, WUSA.
How do you prevent it? How do you prevent it? Because these things, the auto sear is that big. It's this big. So they're packing them in anything that you can imagine. And when their shipments, they're arriving at the west coast of the United States from China, are getting caught, they are shipping them to Mexico so that they are brought up into the country by way of the non-existent border. Let me pull up that article. And if you all have any thoughts on this, share it with me. I want to hear what you have to say. And I'll be keeping an eye out for financial gifts as we roll along through this. Roll in tonight. I tell you what, those authors at the New York Post are absolutely vile. Just as anti-white as you can possibly get. You know damn well and good that if the victim was not white, that the story would be completely different. They would still be able to, make the story anti-white and make it a male, if they wanted to, predator. It's just the fault of the guys. And then what group of guys can you condemn? White ones. But what was that guy? Well, he wasn't white, but it doesn't matter. It's a male thing. They're so disingenuous. You have to really try to get what we're doing here and why this works. And if you don't get it, then you just have to do it. And just like you turn a light switch on. You don't know how the electricity works. And yet you're using it, aren't you? Leaked U.S. federal law enforcement documents reveal how China is secretly arming American criminals with machine guns. Let me take a look at what you all are saying. LG is here. JC Denton is here. Jody is here. Bob Karachet is here. Hello and welcome to you all. Great to see you. Red Dog in the house. Slots, the great Slots is with us. Wonderful to see you, brother. I'm sliding through the host of champions. Thank you all for getting back to me with the feedback on the sound. First, last, like my musket joke. Gary is here. Great to see you. Did I mention Samuski? I think so. Jane is here. Hello and welcome to you. We're changing the world, folks. Shelly is here. Hello and welcome to you, Shelly. Dennis is here. We're changing the world because we're the adults in the room, and we have a success model that we're going to continue to improve upon. Samuski says, in the search for the oldest origins of martial arts, it has recently been discovered, sorry I have no source here, to have originated with Western kind. Imagine that. Well, that's fascinating. Hopefully one of these days we'll provide an environment where our scholars will can research that and be rewarded for their findings that are not anti-white rewards. Like anything but white people. Tom is here. Hello and welcome. Lucky Lunda, Thunder, Down Under. All right. I don't see any comments or thoughts. Tag me, though, if you have any. Beowulf is here. If you have any comments or thoughts about what we are looking at, please share the stream on your social media so we can reach more and more folks. I mean, that's why I go to the trouble of streaming on so many platforms. It's not, they're not all free, as you might imagine. And it takes time to set them up and to make sure they're working properly for years and years and years of doing that. So please share the work that we're doing. Give a like to the work that we're doing. And okay, that's still working. Very good. We'll come back around. Ulrich is here. Great to see you. The great Mastuzokov is in the house. Wonderful to see you, brother. Back in the early 1900s, many Chinese people crossed into the United States from Mexico. Yes. Yep, that's correct. All right. Let's go ahead and see. Maybe I won't need the glasses. The Communist Chinese government has been flooding the United States with illicit gun parts as part of a, quote, disintegration warfare strategy. Why can't China have just like, let's just invade America? Why can't they do it? They got a 1 billion man army or whatever it is. War, as you understand it, can't be fought. Not between or among nations wielding radiological, chemical, biological weapons. It has to be fought in a different way. The way that the United States, the anti-white oligarchs that run the United States, as I predicted from the very first days of the conflict in Ukraine, the way that they wanted to wage that and win that war was attrition. That's all it was. They were going to use the bodies of the Ukrainians and any other mercenaries they could bring in there, and they were just going to keep paying for the weapons and the bullets and etc. And the bodies could just keep falling as long as they had new bodies to give weapons to. They know that they can outpay They can outlast Russia, even though Russia, that's right at Russia's border. They know that they can outfund and outfinance a conflict. So that's why I said very early on, and I mentioned it the other day, Mark brought on that guy that was an expert on it, and I asked, could this be that Russia has won the field and has halted any advancement for any number of reasons, won the field, and wants and would like to end the war, but the anti-white oligarchs are not going to. They're just going to continue to fire artillery, tank shots, Stinger missiles, everything else across the border, make incursions, whatever that, that border that's created by the war, that front line, and just keep doing it until Russia can't stay there anymore. Because financially, they're ruined by it. The morale of the country is ruined by it. That was the intention from the beginning. To those who are bright enough to see it. So a war between communist China and the United States is not going to be battleships like you saw in World War II and aircraft carriers and etc., because it simply cannot be. The Chinese oligarchs, they need to live in China. It's going to be hard living if it's coded in radiological, biological, chemical weapons. So they have to wage war just as hard in your face, just as real, just as war can be, by another means. And they're waging that war in the United States. And they're waging that war in Canada. And Schweitzer calls it, takes it from the Chinese, quote, disintegration warfare strategy, aimed at tearing the country apart from the inside. In Blood Money, why the powerful turn a blind eye while China kills Americans. Schweitzer reveals how Chinese companies, which are heavily regulated by the Chinese government, are flooding the U.S. with auto-sear switches, a small metal device also known as Glock switches, that can convert handguns and rifles into machine guns. They are illegal, but are being shipped in boxes by the thousands from China. As with fentanyl, the Chinese government is sending the auto switches to sow chaos and death inside the U.S. as part of a disintegration warfare strategy, according to Schweitzer. Let me just ask you, if you are the communist Chinese, if you're going to bother to fund fentanyl, if you're going to bother to fund these sear switches, wouldn't you be funding anti-whiteism? Wouldn't you be organizing it, pushing it? There's nothing in the United States that is more detrimental to our ability to function, have a functional economy, functional families, functional military, functional government. Nothing works because of anti-whiteism. I mean, if Russia wanted to take the United States down, that's what they would fund, anti-whiteism. If China wants to take the United States down, anti-whiteism is what you would fund. Let me just ask you this. If in China there was anti-Chinesism, what if in China there was anti-Chinese sentiment? What if you were in charge of the United States? Think about it for a minute. Little thought experiment. You're in charge of the United States and you want to take China down. We're positing that for the thought experiment. You want to take them down, you have to take them down. And they have a widespread anti-Chinese sentiment, so that all the things that have made China strong are under attack from within, from its own people. Wouldn't you fund that? Wouldn't you push that? If you were an enemy of China and that was present, wouldn't you push it? How much truer that the Chinese push anti-whiteism, the communist Chinese, not all Chinese people, the communists fund anti-whiteism, my contention, and this is exactly what Schweitzer is saying. He's not going to call it anti-whiteism, though, because he's writing for Breitbart. Not all Chinese people. Communist Chinese, the communist Chinese are financing and pushing anti-whiteism in the West because it's in their interest to do so. So you think about all the power, the technological power, the economic power that the Chinese wield. You know, it's not like Iran would push anti-whiteism, and I'm sure they are. Look at how it benefits Iran across Europe, for example, as Europe becomes increasingly Muslim. So I'm certain Iran is funding anti-whiteism and organizing it and pushing it and protecting it, acting as its aegis in Europe. But really, how much wealth is there for the Iranians? I mean, come on, the plenty to do damage in little countries in Europe, but to do big damage across Canada and the United States, that's Chinese dollars. Disintegration warfare. The disintegration warfare strategy, Schweitzer writes, quote, focuses on, in the Chinese leader's words, going after the United States' soft underbelly in terms of politics, economics, listen close, and the spirit and psychology of its people. Think about that. So, according to the Chinese leadership, disintegration warfare in the United States focuses on going after the United States' soft underbelly. Soft underbelly because out here it bristles with the weaponry created by the white man, the military strategy invented by the white man. But underneath, they can go after in the soft underbelly in terms of its politics. And what are politics in the United States? But racial politics. It is the politics of victimizing white people and thieving from white people. The economics, victimizing white people, thieving more. What wrecks a country more? Who do you think would push reparations more than the Chinese in this country? What kind of damage would that do to the United States? What kind of damage is $60 billion going to criminal intruders by some estimates that we read a couple of, a month and a half back? Just the criminal intruders, not all of the welfare and everything, $60 billion a year. What's that? Why would the Chinese not be behind that? I mean, we're at the point where we can almost say that the main mover, the main financier of anti-whiteism in the West today is communist China. There's no one it benefits more as this country falls into pieces. And then finally here, and quote, and the spirit and psychology of its people. when you talk about the psychology of the West today, the most powerful concept, the most powerful engine at work is white guilt. Do you think that's lost on the brilliant strategists working in the communist Chinese government? Close quote. It is based on the ancient Chinese strategist and general Sun Tzu's teachings on how to win a war without fighting. The strategy is aimed at undermining a rival's national, listen to this. The strategy is aimed at undermining a rival country's, quote, national will, values, and cohesion. I mean, I can rest my case at this point. I can rest my case at this point. What undermines national will more profoundly than anti-whiteism in the West? What undermines the values? What are the values? That's our norms. That's what's being white erased. That's exactly what they're talking about. The anti-whiteism is white erasing the values that made this country great. And cohesion. Anti-whiteism absolutely obliterates cohesion. It has obliterated. I mean, it's getting worse and worse. Nothing undermines the cohesion in the United States more so than anti-whiteism. You think the Chinese communists are going to overlook that? You think they're going to say, well, we're not quite interested in utilizing this anti-whiteism? It's not we're gonna just use other minor strategies and concepts and ideologies that are far less effective than this anti-whiteism. They're all looking at it. Why isn't Putin talking about the anti-whiteism? Probably because he's funding it in America. That's probably why. He sees how deleterious it is to the United States. He's having meetings with Xi. They're probably talking about, we're going to easily bring this country down. Easily bring it down with this anti-whiteism. It is based on the ancient Chinese strategist. Okay, I read that. And cohesion. In Blood Money, Schweitzer uses leaked U.S. federal law enforcement documents to reveal how China is trying to arm felons and criminal gangs across the U.S. with sear switches. The devices, which are about the size of a penny, started arriving in the U.S. in large quantities in 2018. They are illegal in the U.S. Except for use by law enforcement personnel and a few others who obtain the proper federal licensure, which requires extensive criminal background checks, as I told you. Thus, criminals in the U.S. purchase them illegally from China via Chinese websites that are in English and target Americans. Yeah, sloths. Yeah, exactly. But Jason, it's the puppies. It's all the puppies. It can't be the commies pushing anti-whiteism because it benefits them to destroy Western civilization. It's got to be just all the Jewish people. That's what it is, Jason. It's just got to be them. The Chinese are just, they're so good they would never push anti-whiteism, Jason. They would never use their trillions and trillions and trillions in super tech and all, etc. They would never do that. Because they're not Jewish, Jason. What clowns. Yep. So true, my brother. So true. Oh, the great Jess Horst is in the live chat. There she is. She says, hails. Hail, Western kind. Hello, hello. Good evening, everybody. I left something on entropy. Well, I'll check that out. Thank you so much. And it's wonderful to see you. What are you all thinking about this? We have this evidence that the Chinese, and of course they would be, because this is the jungle, this geostrategy, this competition of states, of countries. You can't fight a physical war. You have to wage war by another means. You have this, what does the US do abroad? It goes in and it funds different corrosive ideologies in other countries to weaken them morally. And what does it mean? Their moral, their ethical is what made them whatever strength they are, gives them the robustness, whatever it is, that they are able to present to the world. Why would China or Russia or any other adversary, why would they look at the United States, the UK, Germany, Italy, etc.? Why would they look at any of these and think, we're going to pass on the anti-whiteism? I mean, really? Could you imagine if you're in China, you're one of the communists in China, and you're looking at the best white men not even being allowed to participate increasingly in the highest levels of government, of military, of the universities, of space program? Are you kidding me? To think that they're going to say, nah, we're not going to, let's just let them have all the bright, brave white men that made the West such that it kicked the shit out of us. Let's let them let's just hope they start getting hired again. Of course not. Of course they're going to be the main driver of it. This is what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. You have anti-whites in Western civilization. You can have, and they can be of any race, and they are of every race. And you can have anti-whites that are wealthy in the West, that because of their own personal animosities or what have you, are going to inflict anti-white injury on white people. Okay? You can have that all the way down to the purple-haired girl that gives you a coffee or whatever, or all the way up to a billionaire pushing anti-whiteism. How much more anti-whiteism is pushed by the entire country of China? Are you serious? A completely organized society, top down, that is calculatingly looking out at the world and saying, what diseases our adversaries? What cripples and blinds our adversaries? So, anti-whiteism is a phenomenon. It's an illness. The weakness for it is in us. That's why it's here. It's going to be pushed by anti-whites with no power, anti-whites with some power, anti-whites in the government, anti-whites in the economy with $1 million or $1 billion or whatever. There's going to be few of them. It's going to be pushed by all these people. It's obviously going to be pushed by the people who are benefiting from the anti-whiteism, both psychologically, emotionally, but also in tangible things like sex and wealth and etc. But the country of China, in a conflict, as all countries are, for all time and forevermore, can look out across the ocean at the United States and see this ubiquitous, widespread disease devouring the country. And they can use the organized might of their government and all the wealth at their disposal to push that disease. And you think they won't? You think the problem is still a percentage of Jews who are going to achieve individual well-being by way of their group's well-being, when you have the entire country of China who can benefit from anti-whiteism devouring us? Peter is here. Masume, great to see you, sister. We will take a look at the... Peter says, billions of Chinese trying to figure out how to control their opponents. Yeah, and like, so true. It's like they're going to look out at America and see anti-whiteism killing us and destroying every aspect of our society. I mean, even to the point where we are inching quickly toward adult-child relationships being said A-okay. Why is that? White people said it was wrong, and retributive justice. Okay, guess so. That all these people are going, all these communist Chinese are going to look across and say, well, I just don't know what we could really push over there. I don't know what could really undermine these people. Remember where you heard it first, because there are others out there who will be claiming long after you heard it here. So let's have a look at and we'll be getting to that Twitter space here in just a moment. We have on Entropy, boy, get out the raucous emojis. 007s, a god and goddess have walked into the building, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get them some 95s. Let's get them some dragons. Let's get them something for their dazzling raucous emoji. Dazzling, dropping gems. Drop some gems before their feet. Drop some gems before their feet, because here they come. Two glorious and wonderful people, Mrs. Jess Horst and Dude Bro Moment. Big salutes to these champions. God bless the two of you. Over here on Entropy, setting the world on fire, because the truth is here. You find the truth, you find salvation when you come for redemption with Jason Kuna. This is where your firebrand of a preacher speaks. This is how we save the world. God bless these two champions. The great Mrs. Jess Horst, writing with her financial gift. Thank you all. Gems and hearts. If you have crowns as well, some crowns for their heads. Mrs. Jess Horst says with $50, Promethean greetings. Having these important conversations and coming up with solutions that serve white well-being first is paramount to recapturing our destiny. Thank you for another pristine stream. Thank you so much, good lady. Thank you for being pristine, Kip, and continue to be glorious, this woman of the West, Mrs. Jess Horst. 3 little white heart emojis as well. Thank you so very much. And the King Dude Bro Moment, financially gifting $50 as well. Writing with this $50, the customary and the most noble thing that a man can write for white well-being. God bless you, brother. Absolutely, God bless you. $50 from Dude Bro Moment, $50 from Mrs. Jess Horst over here on Entropy. Thank you both so very much. Let me check out how we're doing over here. Is every time I look over, Rumble is working and then not working, and then working and then not working. So I don't know. Is it working or not working? We have over here on D Live. Let's see. Spud Ruckus over on D Live gave us 7 lemons. Thank you so much, sister. That is fantastic. 7 lemons. Tasty lemons from Spud, our sister over there. Spud Ruckus. Very cool. Thank you so much. 7 lemons from Spud Ruckus. We got some questions about like the characteristics of my dream woman. And Parposa is asking, and advice on opening a business, selling stuff online and marketing. I do have experience. We'll see. Maybe I'll speak to some of that. Thank you for those questions. We have Fledgling decided to jump in as I was looking at the screen over there. Says, thanks for all your hard work. And with it, financially gifts 5 ice cream cones of cryptocurrency. 5 ice cream cones, delicious ice cream, baby ice cream cones. I'm eating baby ice cream cones, 5 of them. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Fledgling. Thanks for all your hard work. I really thank you for that. What else do we have here? Over there on Rumble. Is Rumble having a problem with people lately, or is content creators, or are they just having a problem with me, with the Mooah? Let me know, please. I appreciate it. It appears that I might have some comments under my channel. Oops. Well, nah. Looks like it's just somebody else just trying to make themselves some money. Well, the second one is, I think. Yeah. If you'd like to make money, they're always out there pitching this stuff. I get it. You got to make a living and everything, but come on. We're not fooled by you showing up and you're like, I agree with your political stance. Anybody want to talk about crypto? Anybody want to invest in? No, come on. Stop it. Just stop. We're not falling for that. It's not like I'm one of you. Sure. XRP is over there, says, a great show. While so many keep spurging out on the Jews, China's anti-white push goes unnoticed. You are a visionary, sir. Well, God bless you for that, my friend. God bless you. Fledgling, thanks for showing D-Live love. You are welcome. What about Odyssey? How are we doing over there? Looks like I have not missed anybody there, and nobody has tagged me. So I will turn around here, and we will see how we are doing. We got to refresh. Okay, nobody there. And how about here? All right, we have First Last has shown up on Cash App with $5. Thank you so much, good brother. And he writes, with those $5, use degreening instead of building construction. Degreening, yes, they're destroying our natural environment that as Westmen we love. And also over here, you got to get out the raucous emojis, drop the gems, raise the flag of swashbuckling high, raise the flag, the swash flag for Clips, who has financially gifted 20 White Wellbeing dollars tonight, $20, and he writes with it, 07. The man's made like 15 clips over the past 5 days. For the love of God, he's just unstoppable glory to White Wellbeing. And we have another, a $40. Please drop some crowns. Put some crowns on this man's head. He needs a crown or two with sparkling dragons on the crown. $40 from Ulrich. God bless you, Ulrich. I really appreciate it. $40 financial gift. Putting it in. Hey, let's put an end to the Laken Rileys. Let's put an end to the little girl almost assuredly was white. The child who was raped by this anti-white monster. Let's put an end to these things. Let's show love to these women, girl and young woman. So thank you so much. God bless you. Ulrich coming in to the house, making it happen. Thank you so much. All right. Let me see if there's anybody over here. Ooh, we're 2 hours into this. I might as well go ahead and fire up, and we'll read some more of this article. And if you all would like to jump in on the Twitter space, I'll put that up on the screen now. There we go. Okay. What are you all thinking? Are you all thinking absolutely Chinese, the communists are pushing anti-whiteism in the West? Impossible to deny. Most corrosive ideology in the West. And that would be the most intelligent thing for them to do. Especially when, I mean, imagine this. Not only is it the most corrosive thing in the West, but it's also the most welcomed thing in the West. So imagine that an adversary nation, an adversary state, has a corrosive ideology coursing through its bloodstream, and that corrosive ideology is welcomed. Of course you would push it. Let's see. Record the space, allow incognito so that people can get comfortable with us. They can find out whether or not they want to be friends with us. What kind of things do they say at a No White Guilt channel? Hopefully, we have spoken in a way. Jill spoke clearly. I've been speaking clearly. The audio there has been clear. So hopefully the subtitles will work. But let us continue here. Thank you all for celebrating. Spike, I believe what you're saying. You would not believe how hard it is to comment on your channel on YouTube. Really? What kind of problems are you having? They're just, the comments aren't showing up? Is that what's happening? So you have to rewrite things a bunch of ways. This one, it looks like you didn't do any creative spelling there. But it would be YouTube interfering rather than me. I want you to comment. And then if you you say something in the comments that's objectionable, then the moderators will just remove the comment, and eventually you, if you keep making unreasonable comments. But if it's YouTube otherwise. Helio Zabit is here. Great to see you, brother. Okay. For White Wellbeing is in the house. Big salute to you, my friend. Big salute. All right, let's continue. In Blood Money, Schweitzer uses leaked U.S. federal law enforcement documents to reveal how China is trying to arm felons and criminal gangs. The devices, which are about the size of a penny, as we stated, started arriving in large quantity in 2018. They are illegal in the U.S. Yes, indeed. Accordingly, between 2019-21, there was a rise of 4,200% in incidents involving machine gun fire in 130 American cities. Schweitzer reveals, although some of the illegal auto switches are made on 3D printers in the US, quote, the vast majority on the street are from China and are of much higher quality than those made on 3D printers. Well, obviously, when you have, if your option is a 3D printer or a government operated machine shop, you're going to get a better, for military purposes, you're going to get a better product out of the machine shop. And let me remind you, we're not just talking here about like a 6-round magazine, because they can load drums up with 50 rounds. Drums are legal. You can buy those. That's legal. I mean, they would get them illegally, but you can buy them. And you certainly can buy them on the black market. So they get the handgun or the rifle. They get the drum to feed a much larger capacity of rounds. And then they get the sear switch to make it fully auto. What's going to happen to law enforcement in the United States? As China continues pushing anti-whiteism, as the communists, I should say, because it's not all Chinese people, as the communists push anti-whiteism, as they push fentanyl, and as they push fully auto weaponry to the criminal element in the United States, what's going to happen to law enforcement? What's going to happen for you in just being able to live a normal life? Not. But what's going to happen to law enforcement is it's all going to have to become militarized. All of the law, because they won't be able to compete. How are you going to compete against even a run-of-the-mill gang that is wielding 10, how many members might there be? 8, 9, 13, 15 members. Maybe they all have firearms with sear switches. And a police officer is going to be out there with like a 9, a Glock 9 or something. Maybe SWAT pulls up and they have some ARs. But you're going to have these low lives with lives that have no value, and they know that are going to be throwing shit tons of rounds downstream. You want to live in a world where the police are militarized, and they ride around in militarized, maybe even half tracks, to deal with the third world that the people, the population, and anti-whiteism has given us. Let's continue. You're looking at a picture. If you're listening on the Twitter space, I've been streaming for 2 hours. We're opening up a Twitter space for roughly an hour. We'll see if there's participation or not. Talking about the communist Chinese using the most destructive ideology in the West today, which is anti-whiteism, to destroy the moral compass, the values, the cohesion in the United States. Naturally, they would use the most destructive ideology, anti-whiteism, that is also an ideology that is embraced as socially moral in the West today because of the success of this deleterious ideology. And of course, funneling in the communist, funneling in fentanyl as well. It's like this 3-prong approach. They are pushing anti-whiteism. They are equipping the gangs to make them into sort of like militaristic guerrilla forces, and then providing fentanyl for the white people to go to sleep and never wake up again. Like, do you think China, in all honesty, I mean, if you're a conservative, do you think China would fund an ideology that's going to harm black people? No. Why would that help China at all? Do you think China would use their brightest and all their government tech and wizardry and money and etc. to undermine Chinese in the United States? No. The group that creates the West is the one they have to undermine. And they've got an ideology already in place. They don't even have to create it out of nowhere. naturally, in the competition among states, they are going to finance the most corrosive thing in their competitors' states. Naturally. And anybody that would say otherwise would be a liar. So take a little bit more read, and then we'll see if we have any requests from Mike and get some views. U.S. law enforcement has become better at identifying these switches coming from China. Chinese producers have switched tactics and increasingly are shipping them to Mexico and smuggling them across the border into the U.S., where they eventually end up in the hands of gangs, felons, and drug dealers. Drug cartels in Mexico are also starting to manufacture the devices themselves using machines provided by Chinese companies, Schweitzer writes. This is strikingly similar replay of the Chinese government's strategy with fentanyl. When the U.S. authorities successfully began blocking shipments sent from China via mail or parcel, Chinese sellers switched to land bridge in Mexico to continue supplying these devices to criminals in the United States. This is delivery saturation around the United States, close quote, warned the Department of Homeland Security in an internal memo obtained by the author, with a map showing that distribution is concentrated in major cities, including Los Angeles, San Francisco, Chicago, Detroit, Miami, Washington, New York, and Philadelphia. Not surprisingly, the number of switches seized by law enforcement officials investigating crimes jumped by a startling 570% during a period of 27 to 21 compared to the previous 5 years, according to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. Looks like we have a request for microphone, and I will pass it over as soon as I see. The first one up is Jews, who is not Jewish. Here's the mic. When you have it, you can begin talking. And then I think Slots is next.
Hello?
Hey, brother, we can hear you. Mic is yours.
Greetings, white well-being community, white positive, everyone. Yes, the great topic. I just thought to make a point. I think that, white people have a kind of a disadvantage in that we don't pay attention to other cultures. So with China, if you actually consume some Chinese media, let's say their movies or their news, you'll find that it's totally infused. So they actually portray the West and, European white people, Australia in particular, and Americans as basically just like, stupid and, basically like the stupid enemy and all kinds of anti-whiteism. So yes, they're like inferior. That's what I'm trying to say. So they present whites as inferior and the enemy and all this kind of a thing. So I just think it's people should be aware that for the people who've come over, it's not just the government. It's actually the people have been infused with that, through their culture and media.
Yeah. Great point. Great. And it's very interesting to hear about how we are portrayed. And I could understand a natural measure of contempt. I would be probably confused if I were Chinese and looking at white people allowing anti-whiteism to exist and even white people participating in it. I would definitely think that they were a diseased people, and I would be curious. I would almost want to keep my distance, quite honestly. Like something has happened to them. Something's not quite right anymore. Who would do this to themselves? When we reverse it and we think about any other group of people on the planet having such a profound movement that celebrates as moral their own victimization, it just seems so uncanny and wicked that it's surreal. It's like phantasmagoric to imagine another group of humanity doing this to themselves. So I can easily imagine them feeling that way about us.
Absolutely. And I would just add, the operative phrase is kind of, when your enemy is making a mistake, don't interrupt them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, in play of geopolitics, the only move that they could make would be to encourage that self-destruction, encourage those behaviors. You can't, if you want to survive, and that's where as a nation, there people who are thinking about these things on a very different level. Everything is up for consideration to disadvantage all adversaries. I mean, even to disadvantage allies, so long as they remain in allyship with you, and together you are more powerful than your other adversaries. So technically every country is on its own, and until, of course, we've had the oligarchs, by way of anti-whiteism, really largely our weaknesses, have been able to fuse their power across our borders, such that they can wield, as you could see, I mean, with Putin talking about like the vassal states of Germany and to the United States.
Right.
So yeah, that's a great point, man. Thanks for making it. And you can hang out. You could just, whenever you could say whatever else you have right now, but then you could just mute and hang out.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Jason, I guess I could just kind of just add on. I think just what you said there, it's maybe the last thing is just kind of like, we're in a different, the situation, you could kind of distill it down to the West currently has the leadership so there you have two power centers, let's say you have, China as a power center and the West as a power center. And the leadership in China actually cares about its population, whereas the leadership in the West hates its population. And so that's kind of I think it makes us at a disadvantage.
Yeah, 100% correct. 100%.
I'll pass it back.
All right, man. We got another request, and this is, let's see. It's Lots. Let's hope he's not on the moon tonight, but when he has the mic, he can unmute and...
Hey, brother.
Hey, brother, what's going on?
Hey, so I wanted to play devil's advocate here.
Go for it. Yeah.
Is this a puff piece for obstructionist conservatives to focus on China instead of anti-whiteism?
China instead of anti-whiteism? No, the communists are funding the anti-whiteism. That's what we want them focused on.
I'm kind of saying that they're trying to blame China as a state rather than, anti-whiteism at home.
Oh, like a conservative might argue that it's all external. They couldn't be financing anything internal that could undermine us.
Correct.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, that would, of course, be really inept. But you're bound to come across people that are that midget-witted. And I would probably just say, you don't honestly think the Chinese aren't funding. I mean, actually, you know what? It might be a little rarer than we might think. Because I'm just thinking here now, in the conservative circles, they talk about the Chinese pushing fentanyl in the country. And with this book by Schweitzer and this information disseminated elsewhere about the sear switches, people are aware in conservative circles about this tool to make firearms fully auto in the criminal element. So potentially, I guess it won't be a big step for many of them to put together that if they're financing those sorts of things, and if other governments in the past, including this one, has financed deleterious ideas abroad, then why wouldn't the communists finance the most destructive of ideas here in the West? And then I guess if you are up against a conservative person that is so sensitive about, just to be nice, so sensitive about pointing out that white people are being victimized, then you just have to step past them and go look for others that have a tiny bit more courage, because the kind of person who, when the anti-whiteism, the victimization of white people is that blatant, and they're still like, no, I still don't want to. I don't know what else you could lead them to, honestly, that could help them. That's a little too much cowardice, but it really is.
Yeah, I saw this as, because before this article, or even hearing about this, there was always this China chanting in conservative circles, and they're like, it's all coming from China. And Alex Jones saying Hollywood's ran by China, and it's all coming from China. Anti-whiteism does not enter the equation for them.
Yeah.
So
just
booby-headed, conservatives are going to say, oh yeah, it's China. Well, anti-whiteism, what are you talking about?
Well, that's where we jump in. That's where we jump in and say the Chinese are financing all these things that harm us. The communists financing all these things that harm us, the fentanyl, the weapons to the criminals, and the ideology that's destroying this country. And we'd just take one or two citations of blatant discrimination against white people on the basis of our birth. And I think it wouldn't be, I think for most, or for many, maybe say, conservatives, to hear that the communists would finance something that targets white people and that is so harmful in the West, so that this social immoral imperative of anti-whiteism is not homegrown, per se, but is, or even if homegrown, is fanned to a destructive nature by communists, I think they would be more likely to understand how we're being harmed than by an elucidation of how there's a weakness in us for anti-whiteism. That's why it ends up existing. That's how we create it before non-white people are even present in our countries and use it on each other. That's a little too hard, and it puts a little too much of their mind on race. Whereas if we bring up, like, you could go to, there are congressmen and women who love to talk about the communists. Wouldn't it be nice to demand of them that, hey, the communists are funding anti-whiteism, and when are you going to say something about that? And then I could just imagine the conservatives in the audience all turning their head back to the congressman, wondering, the Chinese are doing this. What are you going to do about that? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you mean. One part of the article I was wondering, I was wondering what their evidence was. I haven't, looked into this. It's the first time hearing about it, but more like skepticism from me is because I was thinking they're trying to hand off anti-whiteism to the communists. Don't look at home. I was thinking, is a new cycle just associating an ancient Chinese military handbook that's not even used anymore with the behavior, and are the suppliers of China just merely selfish individualists and not state actors?
No, well, I mean, that's one of the things that even when I was back on the Hill, that was talked about pretty regularly, was anything that happens inside of China is to a significant degree is given the stamp, the sanction by the state. They are involved in everything. So the communist Chinese so anything that's happening that is criminal or deleterious or etc., they have a hand. The communist Chinese government has a hand in it. And it's logical, but I do want to just go back where I think it's the author who is of this piece that is saying, just like Sun Tzu, but this disintegration warfare by disintegration, internal disintegration, is logical, and we've done it to other states. And if there were an ideology present in China that eroded their mores and what made them otherwise the strength of whatever that is, if there was such an ideology, the US would definitely be financing it to make it grow. So it's logical that the Chinese, the communists, Chinese, would finance and push anti-whiteism. What's kind of beautiful about this way to talk about it is that just exactly what you were saying, a lot of conservative thinkers have heard the Chinese run Hollywood, which we know is bullshit. The Chinese and other things related to the communist Chinese. They've heard it again and again and again. And they have used the word communist as a euphemism for anti-whites inflicting injury on white people. They do it all the time. They want to escape having to say that these people are anti-white, and what they're doing to us is harming us on the basis of our birth. But if we're able to talk with them about the Chinese, communist Chinese doing this to us in order to destroy our cohesion, which is something word they used, destroy our cohesion, I think it might be more palatable to them, because then they might be able to say the communists are driving a wedge between the white race and the non-white races to harm the white race, to destroy our cohesion, to attack our psychology as a people, to attack our values. I think it might be easier for them to accept the reality of it. It's a reality. And then you were asking for the evidence, and they might get into more. It was more of a documents that he looked at and officials he spoke with. I'm thinking I will probably get this book. There have been slots over the years, all the way back even before working on the Hill. It was a book a month at least that was new and shared evidence of the efforts of the communist Chinese to undermine the United States and Canada to a lesser degree, but the United States. And so there's a lot of research out there, but there's also a lot of communist Chinese dollars moving around behind the scenes, so much so that Biden really should be impeached for his involvement. And just it's that appearance of corruption in our system is corruption. That's one of the things, of course, they're white erasing. It's ours, and so it's got to go because it so obviously works. That's why people recuse themselves. So the appearance of corruption just automatically is corruption in our understanding. And you have the appearance of corruption with Biden and the Chinese, in my opinion. I think in Schweitzer's opinion as well, but I'm going to get the book and find out for sure. But what are you thinking on that?
So I have one more rebuttal for the devil's advocate position.
Yeah.
Which is that when you say they're dividing us by anti-whiteism, I can just as easily imagine the conservatives pulling in Karlin Borisenko.
Yeah.
And they're pushing race and not anti-whiteism. So it's just the distinction of race at all.
Objecting to the acknowledgement of any race.
Correct. The framing of it as a victimization of our people. Instead, they say they're pushing race as a concept. And I know it's disgusting. I'm on 4 hours sleep, so I don't really remember.
Me too, man. Me too. I was right before we went live, I was telling Jill, I was like, I barely slept. She said, how many hours? I was like, 4. She said, oh, what did she say? My adrenals are fried. So I don't know what I have to, I was going to ask her, what do I got to do to re-moisturize my adrenals? What do I got to do to get the moisture back in my adrenals? But No, I think that's and that's the kind of thing, brother, that we need to be prepared to answer, that we need to be prepared to speak to when our brothers and sisters who are a little bit more diffident, a little bit more intimidated by mentioning our victimization, how we might handle an objection that says, well, if the Chinese are pushing anti-whiteism to victimize us, then let's just not talk about race. I mean, we could probably come up with a handful of MCs for that could turn them on a 180. But that'll be something that we'll have to develop. The reality of this really set in for me when, over the years, we've had these arguments from people in the white sympathetic sphere that I always was, in fact, last might have been with me someplace where something like this began to get talked about, and people were kind of becoming really unnerved. You can't look for support from state actors. So you can't be in the United States and say, well, we as white people are being harmed here. Let's try to get help from the Iranians because they obviously have a problem with the United States. And you simply can't do that legally. Now, I learned that from one of the greatest lawyers in our sphere that I grew up with. He was like a godfather. That it's illegal. In fact, you go to jail forever and they never see you again. If you start doing business with some other state to advance a position in your country, in the United States, and I imagine it's the same for the other Western countries, they will put you in prison, and they won't just get rid of the key. They will get rid of the cell you're in. It'll be done. But my argument was that if we got help from, say, like the Iranians to advance white well-being, well, when that's revealed to the white population, all our credibility will be gone. They're not going to understand the nuance of we're doing something good and we would do something good with the money. We would do something good with the tech they would provide us. We would do something, they're not going to understand that. They're just going to see, my gosh, these Nazis in our country are allied when they're being funded and created by Iran or Russia or China. So I always said, no, we should never have anything to do with them. And on top of that, it doesn't benefit them, any of these other countries, to make America strong again. And America will become strong again the more Western it becomes. And it becomes more Western by our ideas, our norms being reinserted rather than white erased. So, and our people being proud, it makes America stronger. It doesn't make America weaker. That's not going to benefit China. The opposite benefits China. And so this is kind of like been a like backwater conversation in the white sympathetic sphere for decades. And then this book comes out and I'm like, of course, the Chinese, the Russians, the Iranians, the North Koreans, to whatever ability they are, they look out across the water and they can see that the most destructive thing in the West today is not the arsenals, the military arsenals that they can put together, but it's the ideology that is saying you get rid of all the white men, all the best white men, all the white guys with the high foreheads that are really smart and brave, get rid of them, and let's populate the military, the government, the court systems, everything with people who are so confused that they don't know what sex they are, with all of these disparate groups that advance their little group agenda against the whole. I mean, when I was in SLOS, when I was in junior high school, I told some of my elders, the teachers and counselors, I said, effectively what we have in America, as it appears to me, is you have white people, and I was growing up with tons of non-white friends. And so I could see, like from especially from other lands, and I heard their conversations. I ate dinners with them. I had sleepovers. And I said, here's all these white people who are always asking themselves, you know, what can we do for the country? And then you have all of these other disparate groups that are saying, what can I get out of this country? And I said, that's not going to last. Eventually, it will so erode the foundation of the country that you'll have more and more white people who will behave the same way. No one will have ownership anymore. It'll just be a free-for-all for what can I get out of it? And clearly, anti-whiteism effectuates that outcome. And if it's possible for us to communicate anti-whiteism to our brothers and sisters in conservative circles by way of terminology that they're really comfortable with, communism, especially since they use it as a euphemism, then maybe we have found the key that unlocks their hearts. But it is going to be with struggle. We're going to have to find, as you point out astutely there, one of our absolute brightest sloths is, ladies and gentlemen, that we're going to be confronted with objections from people, especially those who want to do nothing and want to continue just to be cowardly about acknowledging this reality. And we'll just have to find moral ways to step around it and to challenge these people to do the moral thing and to acknowledge this victimization.
Amen.
Did you have another thought? Yeah.
You couldn't see, but during the whole thing, I was nodding my head. So yeah, that's great. So thank you very much. That's all I have.
All right, man. You can stay on, just mute if you want, or otherwise. Yeah. Okay. Cool. And it looks like we got another request or two. So the next one up is Western Kind United, and then A-Town. So don't go anywhere. Western Kind United, when you have the microphone, you may unmute and participate, my friend. Yep, I see that you have the mic now. If you're interested in talking now, if not, I'll go ahead and pass it on over to A-Town. Just let me know. All you have to do is press the little microphone in the lower left-hand corner of your phone. If you've not, there you are.
How's it going, sir? It's a pleasure to be on.
It's a pleasure to talk with you, brother. What's on your mind tonight?
All right, so I have 2 points.
All right.
So the first one is, from what I understand, so you're proposing a strategy to use reference to communists as a foot in the door, or is this about accurate?
Well, it's a reality that we can talk about so that we can communicate with these millions of our brothers and sisters who otherwise are a little bit too delicate to mention that we as a people are being victimized on the basis of our race.
Okay, those that could not otherwise, it is a foot in the door that would otherwise be obstructed if we started off directly calling out anti-whites.
Well, we could still call them anti-whites, the anti-whites out there. But when we talk with our conservative brothers and sisters, we can add that the communists finance the anti-whiteism, that the tribulation, the tumult, the discrimination, the persecution, the humiliation rituals that are inflicted on Western Kind are all the kinds of things that the communists would finance. And here you have an entire country that has a space program. I mean, they're going to be able to do it better, right, than the blue-haired woman working down at the Department of Motor Vehicles.
That is a fact. Also, my second point is about you're talking about automatic firearms, auto switches, etc., which into the idea that we have an unlevel playing field with the legislation now, like the 1968 Gun Control Act and the Hughes Amendment, which prohibits the possession of machine guns that were not registered, that were registered after May 19th, 1986, etc.
Yes.
Like it brings in mind the reality that we need to get our balls back. We need to abolish this legislation. Nowhere in the I could reread again, but I do not think that the Constitution delegates any power to the federal government to be regulating the possession of firearms, etc. But anyway, yeah, I do not regard, if China makes it more easy for people of Western Kind to locate their balls again in the form of having automatic firearms, then I'd say hell, go on with it. All right, like we need guys with some tools that can get some jobs done. But anyway. Yeah, that was another point that I had in my mind. It is not the firearms that is the issue. It is the antisocial, low IQ criminals, etc. That was the only other thing that I had to mention for right now.
Great point, man. You can stay on and just mute yourself and hang out. Looks like Sloth has something to say, and then I'm gonna jump on over to A-Town. What's up, Sloth?
Yeah, so just a little point of refinement, I think, on that last point is the problem isn't so much as them sending parts for automatic weapons to the U.S. It's that it's disparately going to criminals.
Yes.
While the white population is withheld from owning those materials
Precisely.
to defend themselves.
Yes, correct. Yeah, and the attack is on our right to self-defense by the day. So let me. So you're absolutely right. All right, A-Town, the mic is yours. When you have it, you can unmute and join the conversation. It's 11:11 on the East Coast. Hello, brother. Do you have the mic? A-Town, or no? I don't see the mic little symbol by your name. Maybe ask for it again. I will grant it again if you want to talk. But you had.
Okay, how about this right here?
Oh, I can hear you now. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, sorry, I've never done one of these before, so I just kind of wanted to throw in a little bit.
Cool, man.
If you look at the history of communism, just even on the surface level, the way it was implemented, the way it was done, let's just USSR for a reference, it's inherently anti-white.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's spread around to different countries, different ethnicities have tried it. It's worked out horribly for everyone. But the way they're using it now in America, like I say, it's inherently anti-white because in America, the way people see things, the proletariat is the underclass, the minorities, I forget all the terminology they use for it, but some of the biggest anti-white people that I see are white people.
Yeah.
So how do we break these people out of that knowledge? Because, everybody always talks about white supremacy and, white people hold all the power in this country, which is obviously, no, that's not true. But how do we break these white people who think that way out of the spell from all the propaganda? Because communist propaganda is very, very effective, especially on white people.
Yeah, 100%. Brother, I'm going to tell you, you have come to the right place because what we've developed here over several decades now is an entire book full of lexical and dialectical approaches to dealing, and they're very simple, to dealing with anti-whites, i.e. what is more broadly maybe known as communists or Marxists, how to deal with them. And we break it all down. We do it twice a week. I'm here on Wednesdays and I'm here on Sundays at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We talk about the concepts that you can use that situate you as the moral actor in the conversation with one of these people and simultaneously compels them to assume the position of the immoral actor. And the power of that in conversation, which is where the battle is lost and won in this conflict that we've had with these people. The power of it is phenomenal. You'll be able to witness it. You'll be able to have the testimonials that we have here in these interactions. It's very different from other methods of dealing with this ideology or collection of ideologies. And the successes here are numerous. So you're in the right place. Ultimately, though, to just as like basically as I can say it, is that there are a series of concepts that we use to frame our arguments, our discussions from the position of our well-being. And since the anti-whites, and this has always been the case, since they have to speak to us in order to propagandize us, to get us to lower our fists, they wouldn't talk to us if they didn't have to. They would just send people in to starve us or shoot us or whatever. So they have to get us to lower our fists. So when we use these very simple concepts, and you don't have to know even many of them to get started, when we use these concepts, it turns the story around, and then they have to argue why it's good to hurt white people. Now, having said that, you will come across anti-whites or communists who are who are happy to harm white people, and they'll give you lots of reasons why it's good to harm white people. When you come across somebody like that, you just say, thank you very much, anti-white, have a nice day. Because we want to get to the millions of our brothers and sisters out there, and even people of other races who agree with us. We want to get to them with these concepts, this lexicon, dialectics, so that they too can be empowered and brought into the fold of discussing this in a way that reframes the conversation about our victimization, reframes it in a way that benefits us. It's the exact same, it's psychological warfare tools that they use on us. And we're just using it in response to defend ourselves.
And I completely agree with you because, like, you know, they figured out a way to basically rearrange the entire lexicon of the English language.
Yes.
To try to obfuscate words and meanings of what you're saying. So, like, let's say, for instance, okay, I'll put it this way. Like, I'm very introverted. My job requires me to spend a lot of time by myself. I spend most of my time by myself. So I don't really interact with a lot of people in general, just because of the nature of my job.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but a lot of what I see is it comes from like Twitter. Like I follow a lot of people that follow you. I see their posts. I don't necessarily interact with them sometimes, but like, you know, the anti-white propaganda is so strong. Anytime you mention the word victimization, people always want to throw out like, oh, y'all want to be victims so bad, or, you know, like they can't break the mind virus that is anti-whiteism. And a lot of it's mostly white people that look at it this way, like, oh, you know, I don't know what I'm trying to say.
No, you're making a great point, man. And everybody you're going to come in contact with is me too. Everyone you talk to here, everyone everywhere is infected with these anti-white ideas that once you get into the practice, you'll realize that we call them meme pathogens. So just anti-white ideas that are harmful to us, harmful to our civilization. We're all infected with it. And that's what we need to treat in ourselves. Now, specifically, what you came across there, what you were sharing, them saying, oh, where's the victimization? You just want to be victims so bad. This is somebody who is most likely rabidly anti-white. If it'll be delivered a little bit differently from somebody who is more sympathetic or more open-minded. But just last week, we were discussing the opposite of a meme pathogen we refer to as a meme curative. And you can say in response to them that their inability or refusal to see our victimization demonstrates how anti-white they are. So as we stay on the practice of Go Free, which Go Free is a practice, as we stay on the practice in our encounters, you'll find that you'll get better and better at positioning anti-whites so that they'll throw their hands up, run away. They'll say the nastiest things about white people. You'll have a laugh. You'll be walking away for the first time in your life knowing that if a group of people had witnessed the encounter, they would be considering you the moral actor in that conversation. So it definitely is an uphill climb.
And I understand that too. But how do you frame it? Because, like I say, the victimhood is currency in the American culture now.
Yeah.
Right? It's social currency. Who's the biggest victim, right?
Yep.
Well, how do you frame it without using the terminology of like victimization or anything like that? Like, when you say white erasure, people say, oh, you're just a neo-Nazi conspiracy theorist, this, that, or the other. Like, how do you frame it where you can really like get them to open their mind, where it's like, look, this is what's happening, this is how it's happening, this is why it's happening. You see what I'm saying?
Yes. Well, we can go right with that. If you're talking with someone and you mention white erasure, most people, they don't identify, they haven't been taught to learn that white erasure is said by neo-Nazis. So the people who we're most concerned with are our brothers and sisters who are able to be brought over to an understanding of the world that will benefit them individually by benefiting us as a group. So when we say white erasure, they often will say, or occasionally will say, because I think for me in my conversations over the years, most white people get that right away because they can see white things being erased, the white statues coming down. And these are the same things that you can say to people when they ask for evidence. The history being rewritten, white statues coming down, bases being renamed, laws being rewritten, codes being rewritten. You can go through the panoply, towns that used to were founded by white people. I mean, let's face it, every single city, every town, everything in the West, and of course there might be some rare situations where it's not the case, but by far and large, created by white people so that it was 100% white people. Now, town X, maybe the town you're living in with the person you're having the conversation with, is 60% non-white. That's white erasure. And so you can cite those things. It's just going to depend on the individual you're speaking with. But once you learn the thought chain, as we refer to it as, that you should be on, you will be able to come up with the answers for the moment. You'll always know that I have to come from a place of talking about my people's victimization. You don't go out and say, like, we've had this sort of conversation before where what's the difference between like a victim group and claiming victimization and people who are victimized. Victim groups in the West are people who get something for nothing. They say to you, here's our victimization. It's invisible, or it was sometime in the past, and now we want something from you. What we're saying is we want our victimization to end. You could also mention, like just this evening, I talked about Arvind Krishna at IBM talking about you're not going to hire any white people. And when you hire non-white people, we'll bonus you. And if you hire white people, we'll dock you. You could just mention that. So this is another great, and thanks so much, man, for jumping in the first time on a Twitter space and jumping in with your thoughts. But when you're confronted with one of these people and you have any what we refer to as doom to share, when you have any doom to share, the purpose of sharing the doom, in this case, the doom is our victimization, like no hiring at IBM, for example. Every major company has a quote diversity quota for every quarter, and then they celebrate achieving it at the end of every quarter. Well, diversity, the only people you can fire on the basis of their birth and not hire are white people. So that's something you could point out. But we mention these elements of doom for the purpose of introducing the different concepts we use so that they then have to see the world in our story. Remember, that's always been the power that we've wielded over our victimizer. No matter how wealthy they are, no matter how many nodes of power they control, they still have to talk to us in the language that we demand that we be spoken to in. And in this case, if we demand anti-white, anti-whiteism, if we demand anti-white narrative, if we demand white erasure, then they will have to say those things. Just as sure as if we spoke Martian and they came to us, they would have to learn how to speak Martian in order to propagandize us. So the real power has always been in our hands, and we just weren't using the power that we wielded. But those are really great questions, man. I hope you'll stick around and hang out with us and see if you don't find some of these keys that others have found and really changed your lives. I mentioned Western Kind Art just a couple of days ago. I guess it was last week or so. She has a very leftist sister, and she's been using these concepts. The leftist sister would have been absolutely would have rejected Western Kind Art if she had gone to her sister with any of these old ideologies, any of these old approaches, any of these like historical revisionism. Instead, she was talking about anti-whiteism, the anti-white ideology, how the people at her work are anti-white. Increasingly, anti-whiteism is in society everywhere we go. And finally, the sister turned the corner and said, my God, they're anti-white at my work. They are targeting us. They are. So you see, once we get folks thinking about how we are blatantly being targeted on the basis of our race, but in a way that it's moral for us to argue it. It is always going to be moral for us to argue to our brothers and sisters in their millions that we want to end the victimization on the basis of our birth, on the basis of something that's intrinsic that we can't change. All white people who aren't radically anti-white, as you're pointing out, there are plenty of white anti-whites out there. All the other white people will agree with you on that. No white people, no normal white person will hear that and say, nah, you kind of should be victimized on the basis of your birth. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I just, damn, I forgot what I was going to say now. I'm sorry.
No worries, man.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, all right, man. Well, just listen. You can keep the mic and just mute it, and then if you get a thought, it comes back to you. You can just jump in, and we'll hear what you have to say. All right.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Thanks, man. A-Town's in the house.
Thank you, A-Town.
Yeah.
Could I chime in real quick?
Yeah. Slots, go right ahead, brother.
So, I just wanted to add on to if you don't see our victimization because you're anti-white, there's also, you see the injury of our people as a benefit to humanity because you're anti-white. So it's totally inverting it instead of neutralizing it.
Yes. You see the benefit out of our injury. Yes. Very good.
Right. And then there's also a way in your interactions with an anti-white where you can be subtle and word your objections to our victimization as a people in a way that doesn't demean the status of victimization of non-whites in any way. And that gives you the moral high ground when you're saying, I don't speak to what's harming non-whites. I'm not them,
Yeah.
And I can't say, what's harmful to them. I don't have their biospirit.
Right.
But you won't be saying this explicitly, but just mentally keeping that distance, saying, I'm not trying to say that they can't be victims of or experience victimization. I'm talking about our people.
Yes. And I have actually said that in plenty of conversations with white people, where they would start getting nervous about that. And I could tell. I've actually just openly said that to them. But you're right. If you have that in your mind without even having to say it out loud, you'll end up saying the kind of things that will be persuasive to our brothers and sisters. Good point. What else were you going to say?
Yeah. And so I actually came up with an MC during this little chat.
Awesome.
A-Town, really great questions. So when a anti-white says you want to be victims to us, I formulated a response saying you could tell them that just proves how shallow their perception of white people is.
Ah.
I want to be a victim. I want your anti-white bullshit. No, sir.
Yeah, it proves, and saying, how shallow their perception of white people is shining a bright light on the fact that they don't see you as human enough to be victimized.
Yes, exactly. And then, of course, see, that's the thing, folks, that you're just hearing how Sloths just organized that construction. The anti-white, or the person you're in conversation with, or people you're in conversation with, maybe they're just villainy signaling anti-whiteism. That comment immediately puts them on the defensive, immediately puts them in the negative. They then have to defend themselves against the accusation that their perception of us as not human or as not worthy of not being victimized on the basis of our birth is either something that they're going to disavow or something that they're going to have to try to legitimize. And if they try to legitimize it, then you've totally won if there's anybody listening. But you've also won if it's just you and the anti-white, because now I'm dealing with like a real mentally ill monster that just wants to hurt white people. So I don't need to continue this conversation any further. There are millions and millions of normal white people that are, pulling up from their job today. They got a single family house, they got a vacation a year. They're tired of seeing their neighborhoods get run down. They're tired of always losing as they vote for Republicans. They're hungry for this. So when you come upon one of these rabid scum, these wicked scum, and you find out, then that's a good thing because you can move on. But I've seen, and we've done, many people in this community have done this. I even had an interaction way back when the anti-whites and their terror troops were going through the cities. Do y'all remember this? On Instagram? And it was a black woman, but she was actually at least half white. And she was a Black Lives Matter activist. And she attacked me on Instagram. In 2 back and forths, I had her disavowing hatred of white people. And we were able to end the conversation with her saying she doesn't want any harm to come to white people. Well, that's not how she started that conversation out. But she was pivoted really quickly. And it's a little testament to, it could be at least a little testament to her humanity, but it could also be a testament to the fact that, ooh, that felt really bad to be the villain. That felt really gross to say that, to have to argue that these are the reasons why we're going to make all you white people hurt, right?
The cockroach scurries when it sees the light exposing it.
Well, yeah, I guess it does. I've never.
She's like, oh, I do not want to be seen as the anti-white that I am. Even if she felt that way, even if she thought that whites need to be harmed, she at least does not want to be exposed.
Right. Doesn't want people to know that precisely. And that is one of the most powerful things we have in our arsenal is this reality that, and I've seen it, I feel like 1,000 times in these conversations with folks. They don't want the social opprobrium. It's not just white people, and especially on average, not all, but white females who don't like society disagreeing with their perception that society disagrees with them. To different degrees, other peoples have the exact same mechanism at work. And here was this maybe black or half black female who did not like having this opprobrium, that she was this monster that just she wanted to continue to be this champion of the lives of black people. And suddenly in this conversation with this white guy with this Germanic face, she was suddenly like, wait a second. No. I'm not just here to hurt white people. No, okay, I'm fine with what she actually said. I'm fine with white well-being. So I'll have to find that. That's pretty old. We got another request here on the Twitter space. So let me see who that is and we'll pass it over. Oh, it's Shannon Oliver. What's going on, man? You have the microphone. When it appears, you can unmute and share your thoughts. Good to see you on the Twitter space. There he is.
Thank you. Good evening, Jason. Good evening.
Good evening to you, brother.
Can you hear me?
Sure.
Yeah, good. What I do here is to, bring our conservative brothers and sisters around to realizing that, we're on the Titanic together, and it isn't going to be good to steal the silverware for most of us.
Right.
And so, you see this behavior in animals. For instance, if you have and there are, several different species of fish, and you'll get a weak fish or a fish that got injured, and the other fish will begin to attack it, nip at it, pester it, and eventually kill that fish. And so, why wouldn't, the Chinese, the Russians, the third world radically selfish individuals, the miscreants in our own society, why wouldn't they, exhibit the same behavior, doing the same thing?
Yes.
And so, kind of to frame it in that way and not be so, whether they call it communism or Marxism or whatever, that they've got skin in the game, that their ship is going down. The West is going down and they're on it.
You were breaking with us.
Yeah, exactly. And, this kind of circles around to Trump and why what I realized about him today, listening to his speech in South Carolina, and, obviously I've heard him before, but it really struck me today that, what he does really well, what he exhibits that is so admirable, is that he really loves people. He remembers people. He gives them accolades. He congratulates them. I mean, he seems like the kind of guy that if he wasn't a billionaire, I mean, you might just run into him somewhere and he would. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I agree completely.
Yeah. And when he speaks about strength for the West, I mean, you can imagine all of these, communist, anti-white, demons out there, and all the interested parties just licking their chops to decapitate the West. What kind of a problem he poses for them.
Yeah, precisely.
Right. Yeah. So I think that's all I had to add tonight, and I just wanted to thank everybody, and thank you, Jason. I kind of came in late, and just appreciate it as always.
No, God bless you, man, and you're welcome anytime to show up and share your thoughts. And you can hang out on the mic if you like, and just mute yourself.
Thank you.
Thanks.
A-Town, you want to say something?
Oh, no, I was just saying thank you to
All
the
right.
guy there.
Cool, man. Let me take
Sort of a good analogy.
Let me take a quick look at the live chat and see what we're saying on this live chat. We're across 8 or 9 platforms right now, including this Twitter space, trying to get the message out to as many people as possible. We got Mestizo Carve says China doesn't own Hollywood, but many film directors and studios have appeased Chinese audiences for many years. Many Chinese audiences aren't pleased anymore with American movies. Thanks for the input, brother. Samuski says, it took me being pounded in the face by an anti-white non-white while hurling every anti-white slur in the book at me for me to wake up. Some names made me laugh, which didn't help. I bet it didn't. If you were getting beaten and laughing, I bet that didn't help much. Lunder is here, and he says, Peter Sun is here. Hello to you. Lunder says, Carlin B is taking the route of, quote, communism is really just anti-capitalism. Okay, well, that's because more than half of her head is fat cells. Let's see, who else do we have here? Maybe we'll have to have another conversation with her. Oh, Sloths himself is over in this chat. Isn't this call amazing? Yeah, he really was. Sounds like newcomers, and they jump right in. I know it. I love it. And they already able to pick up the lexicon. This is the thing, is that people over the years with different ideological approaches to our victimization have remonstrated with as fervid and as intelligent passion as their innate abilities and training would permit them, and also the context would permit them. So we can see by way of their actions how impervious people were, and the system was, to all of those approaches. It always had to be something else. It always had to be something that addressed that social morality that the anti-white narrative inflicts on us. And like we pointed out the past couple of weeks, very important for us to stay aware of the reality that psychological warfare is really at its finest against us when it gets us talking about things we don't control, things we don't have, and the future and the past. Because people who are doing those things are idle. This is a mechanism that could very easily be used by the state against an intransigent population. They can then push their chimerical ideas on us, can't they? Because we're all, the resistance, if you will, we're all sitting around contemplating things that can do us no good, things that aren't pragmatic. We take on the psychological warfare that's known as anti-whiteism. We develop these concepts, we test them, the ones that work stay, and we promulgate these things as far and wide as we possibly can so that we can recapture our destiny and thereby put an end to our victimization. Lunder wanted to follow up with, I don't think Cupcake wants another round, that's Karlin Borshenko, of getting the absolute shit slapped out of her subscriber count. Yeah, we really injured her. Our sub count went way up and hers went way down. She was deleting her own people like there was no tomorrow. That was fantastic. I've got to put that video back up. I don't think it's up right now. I had some YouTube challenges for a while, and it was a bit risky potentially having it up. So if it's not up, I'll put it back up. Looks like we're blank on most of these others. I see, let's see, no new under the live feed on Twitter. no tags on Rumble. Could somebody tell me if Rumble is having hiccups or if it's not playing at all? Because I might have to reach out to them and see what's going on. Fledgling saying, thanks for all your hard work. And thank you for that on D Live. Odyssey, we have Who to Thunk It sharing a meme he has, and I have it now up on the screen. I don't know if I'll share it tonight, but I will download it to share it. Thank you very much for that. He made a meme. White Wellbeing is, it says, white wellbeing is non-white injury, in quotes, and then the kind of people who say that. And it's a radical, clearly, we're talking about A-Town, talking about the white anti-whites. It's a white anti-white with a orangey dyed hair, and it's a female, but it's cut really short and just looking like a very unhealthy anti-white creature. And then the other group that talks that way, which of course are the Fed Nazis out there saying that all these non-white groups have to be harmed for us to have any well-being. That if both are 100% true, white people are not going to adopt anything that will harm people on the basis of their birth. They never have, they never will. I've been arguing that for a very long time. And finally, we had Ashley Jardina of Duke and Mason, who did the research, no friend of ours, but she did the research trying to ascertain what is this positive white identity in the population, and is it something that anti-whites like the professoriate should be worried about? And she found that upwards of 40% of white people have a positive white identity, but the moment you add any racial animus, as she put it, we call that white negativity. The moment you enter that into the equation, the number plummets, because white people are just, they're loath to want to harm people on the basis of their birth. It's just not going to happen. So it looks like that is what we have here. I don't know if there's anybody else in the Twitter space that had anything to add. If you know how to raise your hand, I think you look down there and you should have like the little emoji for the heart. And if you have a microphone, you could.
Jason, I wanted to add one thing to what I'd said earlier.
Okay. And then it's Jews will be next. Go ahead.
You can kind of see this with Jewish Americans now, Black Americans. You know, they're realizing that, you know, they're on the Titanic too and running off with the silverware ain't going to do them any good.
Yeah.
And so whether they defend it, I mean, the gap we have to bridge is, you know, that they have some investment in protecting white disembodiment of white people. It's our association with the West. You know, we have generations of people that have been psychologically trained to disassociate white people from the West and to claim the credit and to, and so whether or not we can bridge that gap, we can keep working to do that. And we do. Yeah. But I think that as long as these groups are pushing back against what is victimizing us, what's harming us, I mean, we can at least see progress.
Without question. Yeah, I mean, we absolutely are seeing it all the time.
Thank you.
Yeah, well said. All right, Jews, you had your hand up there?
Yeah. I would A-Town was saying earlier, I thought to add on there, this idea of communism, I think we all need to kind of stop and think, what do we even mean by this word that we use, communism? So they're so intellectualized that no one really, it's kind of meaningless phrases. And so, first of all, boil it down to anti-whiteism. That is true. But just to add a little bit of context, I think, for kind of what A-Town was getting at, is around rhetoric. So communism, I think, you know, a good way to deal with it is to treat it as a body of rhetoric that leverages victim-villain narrative. That's basically it, right? And so, you know, no matter what society it is, whether it's Brazil or Europe or Russia or China, what it does is it stops and it looks around and it says, what is the greatest cleavage point in this society? Maybe it's race, maybe it's religion, maybe it's sex, maybe it's, sexuality, money, basically class, all that kind of bourgeois. So what is the greatest cleavage point that can be emotionally incited, and then they just go for it, right? So that's the background. And then, so how does that apply to anti-whiteism? Basically, you have to treat them. There's a million different ways that they can attack whites, like with different arguments and different, accusations. But you don't want to waste your time with those. You want to strike at the root. And the root is their pretext. And what are their pretexts? You talked about them earlier, but just to recap, pretext number one is that they effectively hate white people, right?
Yeah.
So everything.
Can I break this down in a very simplistic manner?
Yeah. Let me just make one.
Sure.
Add to,
yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, you got it. So the first one is that they hate white people, but the second important pretext that they're leveraging is that they're operating on a basis that whiteness is illegitimate as an ethnicity, as a race, as a civilization, as a people, that is not legitimate. Like they don't, and I don't think most people when they're dealing with them really get that, but that is where they're coming from, and they're using linguistic tricks to bait you to get around that. But yeah, so go ahead, A-Town.
A very simplistic view of communism, Marxism, socialism, however you want to look at it, it's basically all the same thing. In the olden version of communism, Marxism, whatever, it was the proletariat versus the bourgeoisie.
Right.
And in modern day Western, especially America, the proletariat, they see themselves as the underclass, the marginalized, the minority, this, that, or the other, and the quote unquote bourgeoisie is seen as white people or whiteness. We have all the wealth, we have all the power, blah, 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 which is not true, but that's how they view it, and that's why they're anti-white.
Yes. Yeah, well said, both of you. I would tack in there that when I am confronted with when I'm confronted with them talking about the victim narrative and victim groups, I will correct them and say privileged groups. These are privileged. What's actually happening for them? What can we actually identify? We can identify the privileges that they get, but the victimization is invisible. Like you can't touch the victimization. You can't quantify it. You can't add it. You can't. It's always this feeling. It's always this, somebody has a story. There's some anecdote somewhere, but the privileges are very real. The privileges are everywhere. And so it's easy if you are skilled on that point to undermine their argument that, oh, these are all victim peoples. These are all, and you notice that just like is so true with communism, as Jews was pointing out, that it's all about the victim narrative, finding the cleavage and then turning them against. The important thing is, who are they turning them against? And that's always us. That's always Western kind. It's always this. That's why I say, and said it for so long, it's this retributive justice. Every argument is won, no matter how economic it can be, dollars and cents. They win by going to this moral argument. Legal arguments, they win by going to this moral argument. That's why we have to defeat them there, not in their hearts, not in the hearts of genuine hardcore anti-whites, in the hearts of our brothers and sisters whom we need to agree with us. That's who we have to get at with that. And just a word that I heard used a couple times so far in this Twitter space, and I want to make folks aware of, and probably are already aware of it, but just using it as like turn of phrase or communicate information, is the anti-white concept, whiteness. That's the new racist. That's the new concept that they are using, been using for a few decades now, but it's becoming more popular, and it's definitely a trap for us, the way they defined it in codes of countless businesses, international companies, county and state governments, to mean white people don't exist. And so therefore, as a white person, you can white flight from what is whiteness, and it means oppression. And so if we were to ever say what we create is whiteness, they have the biggest megahorn to talk to the world, to put it into TV shows and etc. And the longevity of its presence and doctoral theses and etc. and erudite books by professors. I mean, especially Ignatieff and all the work that anti-white bastard did. We fall into the trap. But this is the power of being able to be at the top of a civilization and to communicate ideas always that will ensure and the power that's wielded by the anti-white oligarchs at the top and increase that power moving forward. So no wonder that we see sort of a friendship between or among oligarchs from the United States or operating the United States, if you will, however you want to term it, and oligarchs abroad, like in China. So maybe another reason why we see that the Chinese, communist Chinese oligarchs pushing anti-whiteism in the West is not even something that they're even remotely interested in pushing back against. It's almost like with any self-destructing cult, the ideas reach their climax at some point and everybody kills themselves, or they're killed by outsiders. And that's what's happening with anti-whiteism. It's shedding the best, if you will, the smartest, the most industrious anti-whites as quickly as they can, getting rid of all the white people. And there's going to be plenty of talented white people in other races as well, but they're not necessarily the ones that are filling the shoes of the white people that are being persecuted. And by the way, we just had, who was that in the live chat the past Sunday who said, could we use persecution in the place of the word victimization if we feel like the audience that we have might not handle the word victimization as well as the word persecution? Yeah, absolutely. However you can get to the person you're talking with, the ultimate goal here is to promulgate these concepts and dialectics so that they are used in the battle, on the battlefield. And that battlefield is, as always, the water cooler, the dinner table, the soccer practice while you're talking with the other parents, the classroom. That's where the contest for Western civilization was lost ideologically in these close and sometimes very personal relationships to people who were empowered with superior concepts relative to, now superior I say in a psychological warfare fashion, relative to all of the concepts that we could bring to bear to defend ourselves, our countries, our institutions, our norms, etc. I mean, so much so that we're at the point where very few white people will own that we've done anything glorious. They want to characterize us as it was just mankind, or even more disgustingly, humankind did this, not Western kind. That's why
they're just anti-human.
And so yes, yep. That's why I say Western kind walked on the moon. Western kind did these things. Western kind cured polio. Western kind did all of these things, not mankind. These are things that we should be proud of. We don't see the Chinese, for example, certainly not the Chinese, communist Chinese, saying that their accomplishments are attributable to the totality of the world. They take ownership for it because it's a healthier position. That's the exact same thing that we should be doing as well. Anybody have any thoughts? A-Town, looks like you unmuted.
Oh, well, I was just going to say, if you want to look at it from that perspective, all right, the biggest acceleration in technology and society happened within the last 400 years. We went from coming to America on boats, sail ships, whatever you want to call them, to going to the fucking moon. Excuse my language, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Within 400 years. That right there in and of itself says a lot.
Yes.
And I had to have that conversation with my daughter the other day because, you know, she explained to me that like she was being taught about slavery and she felt guilty about it, this, that, or the other. And I'm like, well, look, you never took part in none of that. I didn't.
Yeah.
The people you have to deal with on a daily basis who maybe have been descended from slaves, they were never slaves. So you should never feel guilty about that. And one of the things I told her was like, look, within 400 years, we came here to this continent, regardless of all the bad stuff that happened. But we got here, and with 400 years, we went from sailing here on wooden ships to going to the moon in 400 years.
Yeah.
That in and of itself as an achievement says so much.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
And that's not
without
coming
question.
from a supremacist viewpoint or anything like that. It's just like
what they mean by whiteness is everything that's evil about the West. In
Yes.
other words, white people. They
Yes.
truly believe that if the West people, it would be great. It wouldn't harm anybody else. It would be wonderful.
Yeah. Yeah,
well,
preposterous.
see, that's the thing, though. A lot of the bad things that the West has done. Okay, now we can all be fair and say that America's done a lot of bad stuff. That's not us as a people. That's not our fault. We have no control. We have no control over what our government does. Like I don't know about you guys. I'm an anti-interventionalist. I'm more of an isolationist. We should focus on ourselves more than anything.
Yeah, we have no business overseas with all this crap.
I completely agree. So I can understand where people come from when they say, "Oh, America's bad," this, that, or the other. But we have no control what these people in Washington do. It's supposed to be a representative democracy, a constitutional republic, but corruption and all that has just taken place, and right now we have no control over any of it.
Right. And I would say that all of this activity, these overseas and interventionists, all of this is controlled and operated and instigated by anti-whites. White people do not have representation. We are not in control of our destiny. When these things are happening afield, when they're happening in this country, this is the consequence of anti-whiteism. This is the consequence of people who are in charge, who don't care about white people, who don't care about our destiny. They will happily use our dollars. They will happily put our children into debt, white children into debt. They will happily bring people from these foreign lands that are very different from us, even if they're law-abiding and changing our environment. So we are, I argue, we are the first victims when anti-whites are waging conflict abroad, because it has to be done and is done in our name. And that's one of the deepest crimes that could be. Imagine a neighbor murdering another neighbor and pinning it on you. So that is totally anti-whiteism. Those are anti-whites. And I would, when it comes to your children and everybody out there who has children, it is imperative that you inoculate them against anti-whiteism with the concepts and go free, because all you have to do is look at generation after generation in healthier contexts. Anti-whites were able to make the white youth, hate their parents and their history. Incrementally, every generation's gotten worse. Now we get to the point where we are heading toward being a numerical minority in our countries. And this, of course,
hated minority.
And yes, and hated. And the anti-whiteism is increasing, not decreasing. The claims are bigger. The accusations are larger. So our children have to know that you might see some white faces out there in government. You might see some although it's increasingly fewer, thank the good Lord. You might see some white faces at a university. You might see, but these people don't care about white. These people are as anti-white as they come, and that we live in an anti-white world. So every argument that they make is not based in truth or fairness or what really happened in the world. Every argument that they make is intended to arrive at an anti-white conclusion, every single one. And that's why I share in the Go Free book the simplest argument that anybody can make and defeat every anti-white, no matter how smart they are, no matter how educated. You can simply say, I don't care what your reasons are. If you are going to arrive at an anti-white conclusion, I reject it. You win. You win every conversation in that scenario. So yeah, please do inoculate. The slavery thing is another one of those. I mean, I wouldn't want to put your daughter or any children into a scenario where they're having to argue like I had to argue against adults. But you know what I would say is, why are you trying to white guilt me? Why are you trying to harm me for something that happened in the past? Why aren't you thanking me for white people ending slavery? That totally disrupts the anti-whiteism. Instead of a myriad of other approaches that can kind of just muddy the water, and the entire time the adult is leaning over the child with, don't you want to do the moral thing here? Don't you want to be fair to everybody else? No, what you're doing is the immoral thing. You're wanting to victimize innocent people for a claim that happened at some point in the past whose victims aren't even alive anymore. And of course, the entire discussion can be had about how much was victimization by which group and et cetera. But that's something that the average person doesn't have to get into and shouldn't want to get into. We don't have time on our side. We have to bring people over as quickly as possible. And we do that by spreading the lexicon, which ends up making its way to white people who are wealthy, who are in positions of power. That could be anywhere in society in positions of power. And they could be in positions without power. You never know who somebody is going to end up talking with, who has as a member of their family. You know, you might be talking to a guy, a friend that, you know, rides bicycles with you, and you might be talking with him, and he's a normal guy. Maybe he's an accountant or something. He has some regular job somewhere, maybe twists a wrench for a living, but his cousin is a millionaire. His cousin is a senator. I mean, our people are in power everywhere. They have money everywhere. The white race has an ungodly amount of money. There is no reason that we should be in this state other than we don't have the moral will, since we haven't had the moral argument. Now we do. Once people have the very basic straightforward, once we have the very basic straightforward argument that we are putting it into our victimization, there's not going to be any more anti-whiteism. I'm done with it. I don't care what the reasons are. You are in a moral position to stand firm against everything that's brought against us. Otherwise, we end up in these tributaries where, as A-Town pointed out, everybody has already been propagandized to submit, to lose, I should say, to anti-whiteism, or to accede to some sort of nebulous anti-white argument. We can't be in these positions anymore. We have to claim the moral high ground, put our foot down, simply say no more, and then that's the end of the discussion. And go out. I want everybody, this is what we do here. We're not just a community of people, we're not at all, who show up for some entertainment, or you have a weird fetish and you think I have a weird fetish, and we can be weird fetishists together. We are people who are coming together to put an end to our victimization for white well-being, which will benefit everyone. Something else that you can share, especially with so many of our brothers and sisters out there, maybe you should share, will benefit everyone in the West. Everybody who lives here in the West. Obviously, there are a lot of people that have to leave the West, that are going to have to go home. But everybody who lives in the West can benefit from a more robust defense of the right to self-defense, of civility, of an expectation for norms and behavior, and a criminal justice system that is ruthless in the West, so that we can have safety again, and our daughters, sisters, etc., girlfriends can go for a jog across a college campus at noon and not get raped and murdered while doing so. This is what we have to be. This is why I'm so passionate about it. And this is what we have to be doing. So if anybody else that has any thoughts to share, getting closer to wrap up time. We've been going for, well, the stream started 3.5 hours ago. But if you have any thoughts or not, you could put your hand up if you know how to do that. I think you just click the emoji button. Oh, Jews. Okay, yeah, go ahead, brother. While I look here, I'll see if I've got any other financial gifts. Go ahead.
Awesome. Great. That was a killer summary. Yeah, touch on a couple things, like, you know, you got to understand that the whole white, you know, the accusing white people of being this villainy, okay, that's a bad faith argument. It's a fraudulent argument, but the way that they commit the fraud is by omission, right? So everyone has done something bad, but if you only talk about the bad things that one person has done, then it makes the other person look good. So it's a lie by omission. It's a slander by omission about white people. That's the nature of the lie.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, like you said, if you're going to arrive at anti-white conclusion, you know, I reject it. And then I submitted to you a shorthand for that, which is, oh, it's only wrong when white people do it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So whether it's slavery or colonial invasion or, you know, whatever, everything that they're demonizing and slandering white people for has been done 1,000,000 times over by every other group called, you know, we can go, right? So what you want to do is humiliate them for being so disingenuous and so, you know, transparently hateful or whatever. So yeah, you can short circuit them and make them look terrible. And it's a blood libel, you know.
Yeah.
So accuse them of that.
Yeah. Well said. Yeah, very well said. We have another request here on the Twitter space, and I'll pass the mic over there in just a moment. I was looking over here on Odyssey, and I see Land of the Fake writes, I love white people, and I wish our people were allowed to love ourselves. Well, that statement right there demonstrates, and it's not your fault, you're not doing anything wrong, but it demonstrates how when we are reared in the environment we've been reared in from cradle, and receiving this psychological warfare called anti-whiteism throughout the totality of our lives, and by way even filtered through parents or grandparents who were also infected with these ideas, a little bit different, some of them, and maybe a little bit less intense, some of them. Nonetheless, at no point are we getting a limpid, prideful, self-loving stance until we have here. You see, in their story, where we live our lives, their anti-white narrative, we are merely characters. And as characters in their story, they decide whether or not we are allowed to feel pride or to love ourselves. We can never, just as a character in the book can't change the outcome that the author would write for him or her, we are stuck similarly if we stay inside their narrative. How do we get out of their narrative and get onto the pages of our narrative, where we write our history, where we write whether or not we're going to be heroes and whether or not we can be proud of our accomplishments and love our people, of many people, one people with many countries. How do we do that? It's by way of the concepts we use to discuss ourselves. The concepts determine the point of view that we look out at the world from, and that then is the book in which we write the story. And again, to those out there who would say, well, the anti-whites don't have to brook that. They don't have to. Why would they have to tolerate that? Because they have to speak to us. The power's always been in our hands to determine the language they have to use to speak to us. We just have to be determined and resolute to not speak with the terms that they give us. The locutions they give us, all of them are harmful. Woke, for example, super harmful. Never use it. Here we got this request. Let me pass it over. And yeah, it's been a great conversation. Looks like we have Nathaniel. Passing the mic over to you, Nathaniel. When you see the mic show up, you can unmute yourself and share your thoughts. Hello, brother.
Yes, sir. How are you?
Good, man. How you doing?
Well, I would just want to say, to add to this, I'm really just tired of the glorification of the imbecilic, idiotic, and colored folks, or people of color, however the most appropriate way to say it is.
Non-whites.
I don't understand how on every single sitcom, the white father that, is the, patriarch of the family is the idiot.
Yeah.
I don't understand how in every commercial that I see, like 87% of our population is supposedly Caucasian. However, it's all black people on all the time.
Preparing you for the future. Why do you rate it?
May I just say that number one, I didn't choose to be born with, the color of skin I have, or the blue eyes that I have, or the hair that I have, but I was raised in a good culture that cares about paying bills and behaving in a respectful manner. And the more that we just hand out, the pendulum just swings where, look at the Supreme Court of the state of New York that's going to be handling the appeal case. And I really don't care about Donald Trump necessarily, but it's all obese black women.
Mm-hmm.
Who is propping that up? I have no idea. I don't get it. Why would anyone in their right mind choose to have folks like that in their leadership? Not only do we have a horrible immigration problem, a horrible situation where we have millions of people pouring across and then depriving the poorest citizens of having jobs. But now, on top of it, we have to elevate the degraded class of low IQ participants and then put them in positions of leadership for what purpose? Maybe it was by design that all of the chiefs of police in the large urban areas are black now and all the mayors are black now. But look at how it has failed. Right. It was not a good experiment.
Yeah. Let me
at some point
jump in.
At some point, the men are going to have to come back into the equation, take control, and man the reins, and clean it up. But you know what? I'm not going to clean it up for them.
Oh. Well, let me tell you what you can do. A-Town, could you mute when you're not talking, brother? I appreciate it.
Yeah, sorry.
No worries. So here's what's happening, Nathaniel. And it started long before we were alive. So we are in the position of fixing the problem. The way you end up with the white people, especially the man of the house, white man, always portrayed as the imbecile, is the consequence of the anti-white narrative. It is always to attack and demonize the white man, to make him seem incompetent. So we've had generations of that, and it's only getting worse. The incrementalism of anti-white ideology practiced by all races has reached the point where white males are viewed really at the very bottom, the most pathetic. There's nothing they can do well. If there's anything they do that's decent, it's to thieve from everybody else. This is the anti-white narrative, so it's not reality. Now, functioning under, and so let me make that clear just in case folks don't get it. Our subconscious minds cannot tell the difference between reality and fiction. Our subconscious minds cannot tell the difference between reality and fiction. Plenty of evidence for that. We're kind of running out of time, but I'll just say a great example of it is how maybe we watch a horror movie and then for the next couple of days, we're hearing all kinds of sounds in the house. Maybe we're asked why was a character motivated to do X, Y, or Z? and we begin to talk about things of a character in a TV show, on a movie, etc., in a book that didn't happen in the story, that you couldn't possibly know, things that could be attributable to a real living person. And then if somebody interrupts you and says, no, they did what they did because of a script. I don't know if it's infamous or famous, at one point in the past asked a stream, why did Darth Vader do what he did? And I told everybody, it doesn't matter what specific thing I'm talking about. Darth Vader, a character in Star Wars. And everybody started writing reasons out. Well, maybe this in his childhood, maybe that. And I said, no, it was because of a script. That's why he did it. So we have not either, if you want to think in terms of maybe evolved or progressed, or we are not equipped to observe fiction and not know that it's reality subconsciously. And subconscious is far more important than conscious, because subconscious is where we live the vast majority of our lives. You learn how to ride a bicycle using your conscious mind, or drive a car using your conscious mind, and you're bad at it. As the memories are passed to the subconscious mind, you get to the point where you can operate these vehicles without even thinking about it. You can think about other things going on. So when, for example, people are interviewed on the street and they're asked, like recently there was a survey that was done asking people how many Black people are shot a year by police. And they were giving numbers like 1,000, 2,000 people. All of that happens in fiction that often. Thousands of Black people are being, it's just known, they're all being killed. 1,000 all the time just by police. Of course, the actual numbers are the exact opposite, the actual numbers. So you end up in an environment where the lives that people live take place primarily in a fiction called the anti-white narrative. And that then, when we get to the workforce, where anti-whiteism says, well, we want, quote, diversity, and this is a meme pathogen, meaning that we don't want more white males. So they'll hire anybody but a white male. You end up then with these environments where you have a bunch of Black women who hold positions that I don't know if any of them would have ever been qualified to hold. Maybe one, maybe more, I don't know. But we'll never know, because they were given opportunities to hold these jobs when white men were rejected for these jobs. And Joy Reid made it very clear when she talked about if they really got rid of affirmative action at Harvard, then it would end up being nothing but white guys. Yes, if there aren't these rules in place, these anti-white rules to discriminate against white males who, by their innate abilities, the dues they pay, the sacrifices, their education that they work their lives diligently to acquire, if there weren't these rules in place to discriminate against them, then they would likely get the job. But what we have to do, and what's different, and I'll pass it back to you, Nathaniel, is that so many of our brothers and sisters out there in conservative circles and the like, when they are confronted with the reality that white males are being rejected, and that's seen as socially moral to do so for employment that they deserve, and that it's moral to give the job to someone else. Our brothers and sisters, a great many of them, want to turn that into an abstraction. And they want to say, oh, it's the best man gets the job. And that's what we should be moving toward. Well, this argument, turning everything into abstractions, rather than talking about the flesh and blood lives of white people that are ruined by these policies, is a large part of the reason that we have gotten into a state that is as bad as this. But Nathaniel, what did you have to say?
Well, a lot of interesting stuff to hear about. I guess what I have to say is that it seems to be that our society has degraded into a form of some sort of adolescence where just the rejection of the things that are important in life, like showing up on time, tucking in your shirt, shaving your face, whatever it is, just groomskeeping, doing your dishes, fulfilling responsibilities, returning phone calls on time, just the same order in which you would just conduct yourself on any normal level is sickening. And then of the amounts of folks that I've spoken with, today, the vast majority of every single governmental worker that I speak with is either of like some form of Hispanic origin or African American origin, whatever it may be. I don't get it. And I don't understand how that equates to our populace. I don't see how that makes any real financial sense. There was a tweet, and I don't want to make it whatever. I don't have any pride in the fact that I have white skin or blue eyes. However, I conduct myself like a human being. I might as well be proud to have lungs, or I might as well be proud that I own a green shirt. I don't give a shit about any of that. But the fact that there are so many folks that are just passed over. Let's see here. Let's go back to college admissions with Georgia Tech University. 12.6% of the actual people that are at Georgia Tech are Caucasian. Okay?
Okay. Wow.
Probably a lot of the guys that were, trying to get in there, like my first son, whatnot, had like 33s on their ACTs and like 15 something whatevers. But no, get passed over because of that.
Yeah.
But look at this mess we have. That can you really tell me in a true real world that there would be a Joy Reid at a principal institution of higher learning, and then the person that was the plagiarizing horrific, I get it, but this whole cheating mechanism is just insane. And then this Elizabeth Warren, what claims to be Indian in order to go that. Now, she started out with what? And she started out back before the crash of 2009, talking about how horrible things were, and these mortgage rates. Like, what was she? I was washing dishes. I was working as a waitress, and then now that I had to go get a job, and now she's worth $60 million.
Yeah.
Just the whole sellout and the dishonorable conduct of people, where they just care more about money or some sense of power, and then just pushing down someone or whoever it may be that may have wounded them in the past. I don't know who it may be, but that whole pendulum has swung to the point where if you have blonde hair and blue eyes, then what? You are the scuzz?
Yeah.
No.
That's the...
I'm not saying that you need to say, you need to be proud about that. But this glorification of obesity in
idiocy, yeah.
It's just horrific.
Yeah.
And it seems like these folks that say that, I think like these grassroots things, like this Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez or whatever the hell it was. What in the hell did she do? Does she try to be on the wrong side of every logical position that anyone could ever be on?
It seems, yes.
What exact purpose is there?
Well, brother.
And so,
go ahead.
All I can say is this: shave your face, pay your taxes, show up on time, don't let them win. Just continue to conduct yourself in the form and fashion in which is the most reasonable and responsible way. Do the best you can, because in the long run, it will win. Because consistency and dedication to reasonability is what will always prevail, regardless of the way that this disgusting world has taken its form.
Well, brother, let me invite you, please, to show up when we have our Twitter space. I'm on YouTube and across other platforms as well. Town, could you mute yourself until there you go. I'm on YouTube and across other platforms on Wednesdays, usually around 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. On Sundays, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You can find me and my streams and this community and the work that we do. We implement a very simple, straightforward practice wherein we simply are demanding an end to the victimization of our people based on our birth, our intrinsic nature. That this ideology that pervades the land is anti-whiteism. It's a psychological warfare strategy that's been implemented over generations. You're talking about things like norms and customs and values and expectations. These things in the West were ours. We created them in our countries. Other people might have created similar or identical things in their countries and far off lands, but we created them here. And therefore, since we created them here, the dominant ideology being anti-whiteism, those things had to be white erased. So what you're seeing in your world all around you, brother, is the white erasure of our norms, our standards, our codes, our expectations for behavior. It is all under attack because it is viewed as of and from us. Once, these things in other countries are not under attack the way that they are here. So I'll give you the final word, and then I'm going to have to run out of here because we're running out of time, and I'll run into the Spreaker problem with the downloads. But go ahead, Nathaniel.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I agree with all that, but there is a reason that we have built a society and a civilization that functions, and then now there is an attempt to tear it down.
Yes, and
that is sickening and it is sad.
Yeah,
and I'm saying we need to prop it up.
Yes, amen. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Town, you want to
say one thing real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Like that, but
sorry.
What he's talking about can be simplified into a very simple concept. The concept of altruism, integrity, and meritocracy in the view of anti-white people is considered whiteness. Those three concepts are considered whiteness. It boils down to honesty, and they want to get rid of all of that.
Yeah. Well, and this is why, that's a great point. They want to get rid of it because they see it exactly as from and of us. And it's a great point to what we were saying a little bit ago, that when we defend ourselves, when we defend our customs, when we acknowledge that the anti-whites are attacking these customs because they're attacking us, it benefits everyone in Western civilization. We had Dr. Carol Swain on as a guest here a few months ago, and she was talking about the exact same thing, how the being on time is something that white people do. It's an expectation that white people had in Western civilization, and therefore people should not have to be on time anymore. And she rightly pointed out that if you're not on time, you're not going to be able to hold the job. You're not going to be able to keep the job. But more importantly, I think what ends up happening for us is that Western civilization lurches further and further to anarchic tyranny and third worldization that is under the umbrella of rampant, widespread, vicious anti-whiteism. But it's been an epic Twitter space, and I'm going to have to roll out, but we'll have another one definitely on Sunday, maybe one before then. I hope to see you.
I need to come over on Sunday.
Yeah, come on over on Sunday. Nathaniel, A-Town, everybody who showed up. If you want to talk next time, I'll give you the mic, and we'll have a conversation, and we'll explore the recapture of our destiny. A-Town? Okay, looking forward to seeing you, brother. Good seeing you.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna roll out with one of our rocking, one of our rockers, 4-0, and the music that we creating culture pushback against whiteism. Look forward to seeing you all next time. Awesome Twitter space, wasn't it? very constructive. I don't know if the subtitles are going to work. If there's a software out there that works, that meshes easily with YouTube so that it pulls the subtitles itself, and then I can easily upload them without a whole lot of work because I've already got so much to do, then let me know. And maybe we'll use that in these cases where the automatic subtitles don't work. They have a problem with the microphone screwing up and things like that. But it can't be helped. I mean, people are on their phones and weak connections. But otherwise, epic. Roll in. Let's keep winning, folks. Roll out.
Yeah, I'm a small town man, I've been around a little. I like guitars and I like a fiddle, and that's kind of soul it takes to fan my flame. I'm a blue-eyed Billy, kind of rough and ruddy. I have to work to be somebody. I'm a white man looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they're giving, 'cause I'm proud and white and I got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta honk and get it. I'm a white man looking for a place to do my thing. I'm a West man looking for a place to do my thing.